It's Saints baseball here in Sinshire Park, the home for the San Luis Obispo Blues, as your Arroyo Seco Saints back on the road, and will start off a two-game set against the Blues. Good evening, everybody. This is Alex Naveja. Alongside of me is Tommy Wartz, back inside of the broadcast booth, and this is a big game tonight. The Saints, after a big win last night, offensively getting the job done 10-0 against the Conejo Oaks, getting the job done offensively and on the mound as well. But the San Luis Obispo Blues coming off of a loss against the Foresters and makes that second slot in the SoCal division that much more interesting. Now, a game and a half behind the Arroyo Seco Saints as we bring you the starting lineups. For the Saints, Connor Bradshaw at the top of the order. Jake McMurray hitting second. Drew Cowley hitting third. Peyton Lewis will be hitting cleanup. Josh Cowden in the fifth slot. Bo Willis hitting sixth. Jag Burden hitting seventh. Brendan Boning hitting eighth. And hitting ninth is Jackson Cobb. As we quickly give you the starting defense for the Blues, as Mason Grotto playing over in left. Grant Burden playing in dead center. Nick Costello playing in right. Tate Samuelson at third. Ruben Mercado playing at short. Austin Kretschmar at second. TJ Clarkson at first. Mark Armstrong behind the dish. And on the mound is Matt Sox, who got the start in the 2021 showcase game earlier this week. He's coming in with 5 starts, 21 2/3 innings of work with 13 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 base on balls, 42 strikeouts, 3-1 record, and a very selfish .83 ERA. As the first pitch to Connor Bradshaw is in there for a called strike, 0-1.
And Bradshaw going after Sox right away. Sox, one of the most dominant pitchers we've seen so far in the CCL, as Bradshaw's going to swing and miss at the second pitch as well, now 0-2. And Sox, 21 innings of work, 42 strikeouts, Big Al. It is absolutely dominance on the mound, on the bump for Matthew Sox, and we'll see how he can handle this powerful Saints offense coming off a 10-run game.
And there's the 0-2 pitch, missing down in the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And both you and I, Tommy, saw the work that Sox did on a Wednesday. Went 1 inning of work, struck out a pair of batters. And this guy, the best word to use is dominant. Maybe you could come up with some better synonyms than dominant. But really anything that defines shutout, lights out, whatever you'd like to say about Sox.
Absolutely. He deserved the start in the All-Star game, and he got it. And he did what he did all season, struck out 2 guys an inning.
And a very smart take there by Connor Bradshaw, leaving that one low and inside to fill up the count. And Connor Bradshaw also was a starter in the SoCal South. As the 3-2 pitch, and a very disciplined take by Connor Bradshaw, missing outside for a leadoff walk.
Very smart for Bradshaw there to work that count from 0-2 all the way back to a full count and then draw the walk. We talk about his power numbers at the leadoff spot, but the discipline by Bradshaw, leading the team near the top of the lead, or in walks at least this season, and he's absolutely showing how getting on base as the leadoff guy any way possible is valuable for the Saints team.
As we have Jake McMurray up at the plate, taking the first offering, 1-0.
And how about McMurray this season? Been a big guy to come off, and a really great find for Coach Aaron Milam.
Absolutely, and I definitely say these first 5 hitters, honestly, for the Saints lineup, I really like the lineup that Coach Milam put up today. It has been great stuff. Bradshaw, McMurray, Cowley, Lewis, and Cowden. Wherever you put these guys together, they always string base hits, and they're always stringing runs.
Definitely star-studded the first 5, like you said there. McMurray has been one of the best finds we've seen, coming on real late. Wasn't even the starter to start the season off. Saw Blake Marsh out of Wichita State for most of the season. And McMurray able to get a couple opportunities and really pushed his way into a starting spot, which, how can you take him out now?
Jake McMurray has absolutely been great with the sticks, a very good contact hitter. Very rarely will you see him strike out as he takes a close pitch high and tight, 2-1. McMurray coming off of a great night with the stick, going 4 for 5. He had himself 4 singles, one of them an RBI with a run scored. And he just continues to show why he should be in this lineup on a daily basis and be the starting first baseman for the Saints. As the 2-1 pitch, that's a great spot in the outer edge, 2-2.
And like you said, McMurray doesn't strike out a lot. He's got a very good defensive swing. Let's see how he can handle the 2-2 count to one of the best pitchers in the South Division of the CCL.
And a very odd thing, I know you were thinking it too, Tommy, the fact that the San Luis Obispo Blues, they play in the SoCal division of the CCL, but they are a part of the North in the showcase game.
Well, did you see how far we had to drive today? I mean, you can understand why we might have to be in the North. Teams obviously split 6-4 in that South and North division. Someone's got to move over. San Luis Obispo, around a 5-hour bus drive at least, 4 hours by car probably, but definitely a trek via the coach bus.
And there was a great take there by McMurray. Definitely got some assistance by Mark Armstrong, was trying to bring that back into the zone. We've got ourselves another full count here, 3 balls, 2 strikes. For those of you just joining us, Connor Bradshaw led off the ball game with a full count and won the battle with a walk. So Sox trying to win another one, and he definitely is fully aware of what Bradshaw can do on the base path. Does have 5 stolen bases on the year. This is a guy you cannot sleep on the base path. But you also have a contact hitter in Jake McMurray at the plate trying to make something happen early on in the game. And Sox already with somewhat of a good pickoff attempt there had Bradshaw going back to the back, standing up.
Yeah, and he's thrown over there quite a few times. He's really concerned about him, and it might lack if you're not worried about Jake McMurray at the plate.
Here comes a 3-2. Runners taking off, swung on and missed. Wild toss, and the rabbit is loose, and Connor Bradshaw steals second.
Yeah, and a very unconventional strikeout from McMurray there. Still under 10 on the season, but Bradshaw able to get into scoring position. Leadoff walks just as valuable as hits, and they score more often than a leadoff triple to start an inning. And now with Drew Cowley coming up, a single might get Bradshaw home.
And Drew Cowley coming off of that showcase game with an RBI single. Also had a throwing error in the showcase game, but was able to undo himself there as he hits a floater over to shallow left center field, and a pair of Blues players charging and making the grab. It was the center fielder coming in, Grant Burton.
Yeah, almost something really bad happening in left center field there. Burton able to avoid Grotto in left, and just happy no one got hurt there. Wish it would have bled through, maybe gotten Connor over to third. Not sure if he was going to be scoring, wasn't running on the play, but Drew Cowley, 1 pitch, and he's out, and now there's 2 down for Peyton Lewis.
It's all about the location, just trying to place those bloopers at the right spot as the left fielder and the center fielder trying to take charge of that little blooper. But at the end of the day, the captain, it is the center fielder. So Grant Burton does have the right to call off any of his outfielders, even the infielders as well, if he does have the priority since he is the outfielder. As Peyton Lewis, the designated hitter, at the plate, 1 ball and no strikes, 2 outs. That's Connor Bradshaw taking his lead over at second, facing off against Matt Sox as the 1-0 pitched, waved at and missed, evening it up 1-1.
Big hack there from Lewis. Has caught fire as of late. A guy we saw below the Mendoza line for most of the season. Gotten that average up near the 270 mark now, and he's really been on a tear, and he wants to continue that in San Luis Obispo.
And why not, especially with these 2 teams very close to each other. And quite frankly, it's not just very few teams. I say it's the whole division. Everybody is in the neighborhood, the same neighborhood as the Arroyo Seco Saints. As yesterday, the Barons were just 5.5 games, and they're the team last as the 1-2 pitch is waved at and missed, and Peyton Lewis goes down on strikes. So no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base as we go to the bottom of the first. As you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Arroyo Seco Saints leaving Connor Bradshaw in scoring position and unable to cash him in as we bring you the starting lineups for the host, the San Luis Obispo Blues. Ruben Mercado hitting first, Austin Kretschmar hitting second, Mason Grotto hitting third, Vince Martinez hitting cleanup, Tate Samuelson hitting fifth, TJ Clarkson hitting sixth, Nick Costello hitting seventh, Grant Burton hitting eighth, and last but not least, and hitting ninth is Mark Armstrong. As we bring you the starting defense for the Arroyo Seco Saints, Jack Burton playing over in left, Connor Bradshaw in center, Josh Cowden over at right, Drew Cowley playing over at third, Brandon Boning at short, Jackson Cobb over at second, Jake McMurray over at first, Bo Willis behind the plate, and on the mound is Tommy Steyer, who was also part of the CCL Showcase game. Does have 5 games, 4 of them being starts, 19 2/3 innings of work, 16 hits on 9 runs scored, 8 of them earned with 9 walks, 21 strikeouts, a 1-1 record, and a 3.66 ERA.
Yeah, and Tommy Steyer is quickly establishing himself as that ace for the Saints, a guy that when they need to win games, they like to throw him on the mound.
And the first pitch to Mercado is in there for a called strike, and very quickly delivering the 0-1, missing on the outer half, 1-1. And a couple of pitches that we should be expecting from Tommy Steyer. 2 and 4 seam fastball. As Tommy was mentioning before we jumped on, he will be delivering in different arm slots just to be able to throw off the batters in the batter's box. Expect a curveball, also a periodic slider, and a changeup in that pitching arsenal.
Yeah, carries a lot of pitches and a lot of movement on him. He likes to do it right there, like you said, switching up the arm slot. It really fools hitters, and if they do like to swing at it, they can't time it up nearly as good as they can when he throws overhand.
The arm slot definitely does make a difference. You get accustomed to sometimes going overhand, but right when you see that sidearm delivery, you think a slider's coming or an off-speed pitch, and it definitely messes with your approach at the plate. As Mercado now at the plate with a full count, 3-2 here in the bottom of the first. Those of you just joining us, Connor Bradshaw led the ball game up with a walk, was able to steal second, but was left stranded as the 3-2 pitch. It's a ground ball making its way over to left for a hit. Ruben Mercado opening up the business for the San Luis Obispo Blues.
Yeah, and just out of the reach of the outstretched arms of the third baseman, Drew Cowley there. Defensive MVP in that CCL Showcase game. Unable to make that play there. Mercado's going to start it off with a leadoff single for Kretschmar now.
Austin Kretschmar trying to get something going here for the Saints, or excuse me, for the Blues. Mason Grotto on deck. As Steyer delivers, and fastball misses upstairs, 1-0 the count. And definitely here in Sinshire Park, the energy just starting to start up the ball game has been electric. We've got a sold-out crowd here. Every seat already taken as Kretschmar takes one on the knee, and just like that, no outs. We've got a pair of runners on already.
Yeah, and Steyer's got to settle down now. Grotto had a home run yesterday, one of the hottest hitters for the Blues. Got to approach him the same. Look for those ground balls. You'll trade outs right now for runs.
So runners on first and second here in the bottom of the first inning, and here is Mason Grotto. As we were talking about the attendance here, the energy since first pitch has been amazing. Every seat taken by fans. There's even some grass right behind the stadium seating, and it seems like the grass is running out of green as every seat just taken by fans, and there's still fans walking in to Sinshire Park, and it's can't emphasize to how amazing it is to see a full stadium of fans, especially coming out of that COVID year.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. It's an awesome atmosphere out here. Who wouldn't want to be here today? A cool, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows of seating over there with a great grass background as well. You can bring your blanket, bring your chairs, fold up, and have a good time at the ballpark.
Almost like spring training environment, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's all these great fans, and not even just trying to enjoy baseball, but just trying to enjoy an atmosphere outside. The game started a little bit later than usual. Now they're going to get some nighttime baseball. It should be a really great night for the ballpark.
And I don't even think that's going to mess with the great vibes that the fan base brings here in Sinsheimer Park. Every night it just seems as though this is the amount of fans that you bring in, and especially you've got a great CCL SoCal matchup here, Saints and Blues, as we bring you back to the action. 2-1 is a breaking ball towards the dirt, and now Tommy Steyer in a bit of a jam. 3 balls, 1 strike, still no outs, and first and second occupied by Blues. Kicks, fires a 3-1, a high chopper that goes over Cowley. That's a ball that goes over to left. And coming in to score is Ruben Mercado, and it's the Blues who strike first.
And this happened last time we were in San Luis Obispo. The Blues hitters are aggressive at the plate. They're not out here looking for walks. They're not out here looking to get hit by pitches. They want to swing the bats. No matter how hard they're hitting it or where they're going, they're coming out swinging. And a chopper over Drew Cowley. Jag Burden unable to get the throw off to home, has to throw third. Saints find themselves down 1-0 early in this game.
And the Blues are definitely going to try to get as much of a lead as possible, just as the Saints did back in Jackie Robinson Field the first time that these two teams faced off against each other. When you go back to it being the Matt Sox versus Connor Bradshaw matchup, when Bradshaw, his year with the Saints, was still very young and still trying to create a name for himself with the team. Ended up going yard dead center, and you know it, that it's very hard to hit the ball out of the park there at Jackie Robinson Field.
And Connor Bradshaw has made it look routine. He's got 3 leadoff home runs this year, all of them being at Jackie Robinson Field, 4 on the season, looking to get 1 today.
And the 1-0 pitch is a ground ball right up the middle. The Blues will play it station to station, not going to risk any play at the plate, as Connor Bradshaw does have a pretty sharp arm over at center.
And right now, Tommy Steyer must feel like this inning will never end. He's got the bases loaded, already given up a run, still has yet to get the first out of the inning. You wonder if that late start might have messed up with him. He was in the bullpen for an extra hour, as our umpires showed up a little bit late today, but out here playing now, Tommy Steyer trying to get the first out here still, and Tate Samuelson now up for the Blues.
Bases loaded here in the bottom of the first inning. Already a 1-0 lead for the Blues, and an excuse me swing there by Samuelson gets ahead of the count, 0-1. Really just trying to look for outs at this point for Steyer, but if you do exchange runs for outs, at least you can think in the back of your mind you've got a great offense behind you that'll get you back into the ball game. As the 0-1 is fouled back quickly, the count 0-2.
Yeah, we know how great the Saints pitching staff has been all year. ERA under 4 as a team, but the run production has been the spots where we don't know if we're going to get a 5-run ball game, a 2-run ball game, or like yesterday, a 10-run ball game out of them. If the Saints bats stay as hot as they have been, Tommy Steyer should be okay, giving up just the 1 run.
And Steyer trying to establish that inner half of the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And, you know, sometimes when you watch a baseball game, Tommy, sometimes you'll have a team that'll score 10 runs, but then the following day they struggle to score runs. And you're really hoping that that's not going to be the case for the Saints, as it's all about consistency, as the 1-2 is a battle to back, and we stay at a 1-2 count.
And that's just baseball, Alex. You never know what you're going to get on a day-to-day basis. Every day is different depending on how guys feel, how guys have trained the day before. Maybe they're sore. The Saints are very short-handed. So are the Blues right now. These guys are tired. They just came off a little bit of a break for some of these guys during the showcase week. And it's a big slump for the Blues yesterday in 11-4, but the Saints come out 10-0 now with a day after. We'll see how they're doing.
And a ground ball right up the middle. The flip goes to second. The throw to first. And it is a 4-6-3 twin killing. But a run does come in to score for the Blues.
And if you're Tommy Steyer, you'll absolutely take that. Jackson Cobb, Brandon Boning, been doing it all year. That one looked like they've been doing it all their life. Cobb, the easy flip over to Boning, and he makes it look easy at the shortstop. Fires a missile over to McMurray. They will give up the run, but only 1 out away from getting out of this very long inning now.
And like we talked about it, Steyer will sacrifice runs for outs. And it's a 2-0 lead for the Blues here. And T.J. Clarkson takes one off of the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. And as you mentioned it, they made it look so smooth. They made it look so easy. Cobb with the backhanded play, the flip over to Boning. That just made it look like they've been doing it their whole entire life. And that was the double play duo that going into this year that you and I have been just venting out to you guys. Do not sleep on this double play duo. They are going to cover mad range, cover mad ground this year.
A lot of speed, a lot of arm strength. It's been fun to watch them all year, and they continue to make it look easy. And as a Saints broadcaster, have a lot of confidence when the ball gets hit to them.
You definitely know that they are going to field the ball very cleanly. A couple of slow rollers hit to Brandon Boning last night, and came up on the run and was able to get rid of the ball cleanly and able to deliver sidearm and throwing a strike over to first to McMurray. And quite honestly, it was an easy night for McMurray, getting it done defensively, getting it done offensively, and hoping for another night of defense as the 3-1 pitch delivered, and it will go foul.
And Clarkson, Samuelson just had the double play. Clarkson here, working to a full count yesterday, didn't even have an official at-bat. Walked 4 times in the game versus the Foresters. 0 for 0, 4 walks. Looking to swing the bat, but has 3 balls on him now.
3-2, just misses high and away, and it's the first walk given up here for Steyer.
And make that 5 straight at-bats now for Clarkson with a walk.
Nice little handy stat there to be able to walk 5 straight at-bats. Very nice. That on-base percentage has to be skyrocketing up right about now.
Yeah, and that's what people are looking at ultimately. It's not as flashy as the hit or the RBI you might get along with it, but does the job just the same for the team game.
At the end of the day, the name of the game is how you get on base. It doesn't really matter. They're not asking you, did you get on with a base hit? Did you get on with an error or a fielder's choice? You got on base, and did you make it all the way around to come in to score? Very easy. Sounds very easy, but when you're down there and playing the game, it is not easy.
Yeah, when 90 miles an hour is coming right at you, and you got to try to put that very small bat on that very even smaller ball, and hopefully it goes far when you touch it.
And the way a lot of guys explain it is you've got a round ball, and you got to use a round bat to hit it. It's not like cricket where you have a square bat. It is a round bat that you got to be able to hit the baseball. But now it's Nick Costello that's stepping up to the plate, and Steyer starts him off with a breaking ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
You know, and Steyer's command has been in a little bit of jeopardy here. A guy that we see usually attack the zone, pound the zone, hasn't pitched against the Blues very much this year. Very common with the Foresters, knows how their hitters go. But his first time pitching in San Luis Obispo, and with the big crowd and a little bit of a messy start, we see how he reacts and how far he can go into this ball game.
And going into this ball game, both teams evened up at 1. 1-1 the record, as last night the Saints were able to break the tie with the Conejo Oaks. They were 2-2 against the Oaks, and now tonight they're coming in 1-1 against the Blues, really trying to get over that hump and try to get that above 500 record against San Luis Obispo, as the 3-0 pitch delivered and catches the outer edge for a strike.
And let's see how Steyer can work back into this. Give something that your team can field for you. Defense playing back. Cobb nearly playing in right field. And continuing to attack the zone and work it now to full. We should see Costello swinging away at anything close.
Definitely be keeping an eye out on that one, and keep an eye out on the first base runner, T.J. Clarkson. Definitely going to be taking off here as he does just that. Breaking ball just misses the outer edge for ball 4. Second consecutive walk that he has allowed, and we've got ourselves a full house once again.
And Steyer works it back to a full count after being down 3-0. Unfortunately, still loses Costello. And now the second time we've seen the bases loaded just in this inning alone. And if Steyer is able to get out of here, just giving up the 2 runs, you can maybe go back to the dugout and hope that it's still in range for your team to help him out.
The first pitch to Grant Burden gets him to foul, tipping it to the glove of the catcher, Bo Willis. Ahead of the count, no balls and 1 strike. And we currently have Mason Grotto over at third, TJ Clarkson at second, Nick Costello over at first. The 0-1. Nice spot in the inner half. Quickly the count, no balls, 2 strikes.
And we should see Steyer sit there most of the night. That inside pitch works really well for him, especially when it comes from that funky delivery. It really freezes up hitters sometimes, and if he's getting the call from the umpire, might as well stay there.
As Steyer kicks, fires, breaking ball, and another one bites the dust here as he limits it to just a 2-run dent on the scoreboard with 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and the bases juiced. As you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Saints blink first and permit 2 runs to start up the ball game as we go to the top of the second inning. We'll have Josh Cowden, Bo Willis, and a Jag Burden in that order to be the middle part of the lineup for the Saints. As Cowden with an even count, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Cowden uncharacteristically, after giving Connor Bradshaw the day off yesterday, found himself in the leadoff spot. Now finds himself in a much more comfortable 5 spot where we've seen him most of the season sitting around, and was unable to get a hit yesterday, but did reach via the walk. Looking to see if he can start a hitting streak up today.
Went 0 for 5 yesterday, only with that base on balls. Did go down on strikes twice, and definitely trying to flip the switch here against a big opponent against the San Luis Obispo Blues as the 3-1 pitch catches that inside corner to fill up the count, 3-2.
Yeah, and Sox started the first inning off with a leadoff walk. Does not want to start the second inning. Cowden should be ready to swing away here.
3-2, waves that and misses as he goes down on strikes.
And it looked like it was going to hit that inside corner there. Fastball blows right past Cowden. Wasn't able to catch up with it. It's going to be Bo Willis' job to try to get the first hit of the night here still for the Saints.
Sometimes those fastballs in the inside corner, very tough to be able to read. Do you turn on it and try to foul it off or try to put it in play, or are you going to take it because of how inside the pitch is and it might result in a jam shot? Always pretty hard to dictate on those inside corner fastballs as the count evened up to Bo Willis, 1-1.
Bo Willis started the day yesterday, went 1 for 3 before they had a convincing lead. They ended up giving him the day off after about the 5th inning. Connor Bradshaw coming in to pinch hit for him.
As he gets under this one in the infield, it's a pop-up around the vicinity of Tate Samuelson, and he gets under it and will make the grab.
And after a quick strikeout from Sox, able to go really quick and attack Bo Willis and get him to pop up early in the count. 2 down really quick for this top of the second for the Saints, and hopefully Jack Burden can try to extend this inning a little bit longer.
And ever since that leadoff walk given up to Connor Bradshaw, it's been Sox who has retired the last 5 Saints hitters that have stepped up to the plate and settling into this game rather nicely. And you can see that the defense for the Blues giving up this middle half of the plate, or the middle half of the field. They're completely wide open. You hit a ground ball up the middle, and you're definitely going to get a base hit.
Yeah, have a lot of confidence in their middle infield to cover a lot of ground. They're playing deep in the infield, but that middle's still wide open.
0-2. Did not miss by a whole bunch there, at least by an eyelash there. The count, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of the Blues thought that one hit the zone too. Some guys like Samuelson walking in, thinking that one might have hit the corner.
1-2, swung on and missed, and Jack Burden goes down on his strikes. 2 innings of works in the books, 4 Ks as we go to the bottom of the second inning, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Three up, 3 down in the top of the second inning. As we go to the bottom of the second, we'll have the 9, 1, and 2 slots coming up for San Luis Obispo. We'll have Mark Armstrong set to lead things off. Steyer kicks, delivers. 0-1 the count.
And very important there for Steyer to get ahead of the batter as early as he can. Had a lot of trouble with that in the last inning, giving up the 2 walks. Want to attack the zone as much as you can, and starting off quickly 0-2 to Armstrong. Getting a quick first out would go a lot here for the confidence with Steyer.
And this start for Tommy Steyer is looking very identical to his colleague Merrick Sears. Also, he struggled in his first 2 innings of work, but right after that, he just looked very comfortable there at the plate. As Merrick Sears yesterday had his family in attendance to take in that one and made a lot of noise there in Jackie Robinson Field, cheering him on all the way as there's a bouncer going over to short, boning quickly with the throw to first.
And we were talking about it last inning. We talk about it again. He just makes shortstop look so easy, very fluid, and it's an art form for him over there. And if it was an art form, he'd be Warhol at the shortstop.
I think the word we're both trying to look for is routine. He makes it look so easy, just so smooth, quiet hands, and the throws are always in line for boning. And as a pitcher, that's good to know that a ground ball can be hit to your shortstop, and you know that you can rely on him to get the out. as you go with Ruben Mercado coming up to the plate. Chops one down the line, and they say it's foul, but still got to tip the cap to Drew Cowley for still playing through with it.
Yeah, and I think Cowley wanted that one to be fair. A little bit of a low throw, but McMurray able to pick it. Tommy Steyer going to have to try to see if he can do it himself now. Quickly ahead, 0-2 on Mercado.
Mercado, his first time up, led off the inning with a single that was able to squeeze right through the 5 and 6 slots, and it came in to score on an RBI single by the 3-hitter Mason Grotto. And Steyer looking to rebound from the previous inning as 0-2 pitch is a blooper and a very easy play there for McMurray.
Yeah, and Jake McMurray does it himself now. Quick and easy put out for McMurray, and a quick 2 outs now from Steyer after going through 8 batters last inning. Has a chance to go quickly 1, 2, 3 if he can get Kretschmar.
So already a much different inning here for Tommy Steyer, trying to regain control of this ball game and keep it to just a 2-run game. Kretschmar behind the count, 0-1 as Steyer delivers another one. That one is tattooed and a long strike, 0-2.
Yeah, and you'd rather Kretschmar hit those balls foul. If that one would have stayed fair, it might still be flying over there. 335 to left, a lot shorter than Jackie Robinson Field. That one can't make too many mistakes to Kretschmar there.
As Tommy was letting you guys know as far as the dimensions, down the third base line, 335, the third base line, 380 over at left center. Dead center's 395, 365 over in right center, and down the right field line is 320. As the 1-2 pitch waved at and missed, and another one bites the dust. So Tommy Steyer retires them in order as we go to the top of the third, 2-0 San Luis Obispo, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Excellent inning there for Tommy Steyer, able to put them away in order as we go to the top of the third. Alex Naveca alongside of me is Tommy Wartz, as we'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up for the Saints. Brandon Boning stepping up to the plate, and the first one is bounced in the dirt.
And Boning, we know what he can do defensively. Now gets a chance to swing the twig. Taking the first pitch for a ball, and has really put up quite productive numbers over the last few days.
And he gives this one a ride to deep left center field. That's going to make its way all the way to the warning track, and it's a stand-up double for Brandon Boning.
And way to lead it off there, Boning, getting the first hit of the day for the Saints. Took a little while, but now pretty much back to that leadoff spot. Jackson Cobb in the 9 spot. We know what he can do from there. And then we're back to Connor Bradshaw. So a great opportunity for the Saints, getting a leadoff double from Brandon Boning.
And that is double number 5 for the 8-hitter, Jackson Cobb, stepping up to the plate. And this is another guy that you would want in a situation like this because Cobb has just been swinging a red-hot bat lately. He is averaging a single a game, not the guy that's going to be hitting for slugging percentage. This is a guy that's going to be just hitting for contact, hitting for average, and currently on a 6-game hitting streak. Was put away. The last time he was put away, 0 for 3, was against the Blues. As he gets the bunt down, it's going to be a dandy. They're going to have to come after it. It's a leg race to the bag. Jackson Cobb with the win.
And he's going to keep that single streak going. And a guy who you say doesn't hit a lot for slugging percentage, but I would argue he turns a lot of those singles into doubles with what he can do on the base pass. And with runners at the corner now and the leadoff man, showing off the wheels with the bunt single. Let's see if we see him in motion later on in this at-bat.
And it's a definite good situation to be able to get 2 runners into scoring position. No outs here in the top of the 3rd as we go back to the top of the order with Connor Bradshaw, who very shockingly was able to get on with the walk. Not the fact that he got on with the walk, but the fact that Matt Sox does not permit too many of them this year. And there's a ground ball, finds its way over to right field, and that's an RBI single for Connor Bradshaw.
And while you're hot, why not keep swinging? Connor Bradshaw realizing after the quick double from Boning and then a bunt single from Cobb, he swings away at the first pitch, and that's 3 pitches in a row that the Saints have put in play and gotten a guy on base, and they get their first run via the RBI single from Connor Bradshaw.
And they split the deficit in half, a 2-1 ball game here in Sinsheimer Park. As a 2-hitter, Jake McMurray now stepping up to the plate. It's a slow roller going over to short. The flip goes to the second, goes to first, and it is a 6-4-3 double play.
And not the start McMurray's looking for today. A strikeout in his first at-bat, and then a 1-pitch double play when there was no one out in the inning. McMurray definitely disappointed in himself there. Able to put the ball in play this time out, but now 2 down, a runner at 3rd. The tying run here in the top of the 3rd, and Drew Cowley at the plate.
And you don't want anybody else at the plate other than Drew Cowley at this moment to create a brand new ball game, to be able to tie things up with one swing of the bat. Jackson Cobb over at 3rd, 2 gone. The pitch. Fastball. Called strike. 0-1. So Drew Cowley going into the game with a 13-game hitting streak, leading the team with that hitting streak. The closest that he has is his counterpart over at 3rd, Jackson Cobb. You can also call him his double play duo to be able to turn 2. The closest with that 6-game hitting streak, now riding 7 after getting on with that bunt single.
Yeah, and Drew Cowley, just to put it simple, is really good at baseball. Cal Poly Pomona Bronco product. Doesn't matter that he's a Division II player. Comes out against these big D1 guys and really shows them that a lot of these scouts and a lot of these college coaches missed on a heck of a ball player.
Absolutely, and I definitely think a lot of guys are regretting not allowing Cowley and giving him that shot in their program. And he's definitely having some unrealistic numbers this year, hitting .390 going into this game. .390.
I think that's good, isn't it?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert or anything, but I think so.
Drew Cowley, just an absolute monster at the plate. Really Mr. Saint right now. Been here 3 years and has come up big for the Saints.
As the 2-2, that one's ripped over to deep right field. That's going to go to the wall. Jackson Cobb comes in to score, and it's a tied-up ball game for a 2-out RBI double.
And ask and you shall receive there, Alex. We were just talking him up, and that 13-game hitting streak now turns into a 14-game hitting streak. Drew Cowley just makes baseball look easy. One of the best pitchers in the CCL South right now. Stuck at a 2-2 count. And not a defensive swing at all. Absolutely rips a gapper in between center and right and ties this ball game up for the Saints.
And I think that's a mistake that Sox committed there, leaving a pitch something high to allow him to drive. If you give him something that's in the zone, he's gonna make you pay. You make a mistake like that, as that double will be the 11th double on the year, and RBI at number 16, trying to keep up with Connor Bradshaw, who has 19 on the year. So 2-0 the count now to Peyton Lewis. Trying to keep this inning going, and why not try to collect the lead here after creating a new ball game, all knotted up at 2s.
And Peyton Lewis with a runner in scoring position, had 3 RBIs yesterday. Not something he is afraid to do. Knock in the guys on base for him, and takes a big hack there. And we'll see if he can fight back from this 2-2 count now to Sox.
And you were mentioning it early on in the broadcast, how Peyton Lewis had a very slow start to the year, despite him having a huge grand slam in the beginning of the year. He is now coming in just south of hitting 300, 295 going into this ball game, and trying to climb over the hump and try to be one of the few hitters that are hitting above 300, as the 2-2 pitch trying to get him to swing at a pitch inside 3-2.
And with these 2 runs in the top of the third, this is the first game Matthew Sox has had 2 earned runs in a performance right now. Saints are trying to go after him, and while he's got his back up against the wall, continue to attack.
And the 3-2 pitch, overly aggressive there is Peyton Lewis, but the damage is done. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Brand new ball game here in Sinsheimer Park, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. The offense for the Saints, getting them back into the ball game, even up at 2s, as we have Grotto, Martinez, and Samuelson coming up for the Blues.
Grotto, the RBI single his last time up. No runners on base. We'll limit the damage now.
And a much different first and second inning, a very obvious one for Tommy Steyer. A total of 31 pitches delivered, as here's a routine ground ball hit over to Cowley and able to record the out.
And Steyer, after having the rough first inning, has gotten the last 5 guys out now. Got to go up against Vince Martinez, the DH now, who got a single his last time up, but has since slowed the momentum. No pun intended there. And now really made this an even ball game again and has taken the big crowd out of it.
And now the crowd starting to have nothing much to cheer about after a tied ball game. As here's a bit of a jam shot over to third. Cowley once again up with it to get out number 2.
And Drew Cowley going to do this whole inning himself after the game-tying RBI in the top of the inning. Now 2 ground balls to him to retire the first 2 guys of the inning. Let's see what Samuelson can do after this first two counterparts, Grotto and Martinez. Very short at bats and quickly 2 down.
And after all the damage being done in the bottom of the first inning, there have been a total of 6 hitters that have been retired. And just like that, Samuelson saying, Alex, no, no, no. It comes to an end. I'm coming up with a 2-out single to left.
And hit it in the direction of Drew Cowley, but this time it's going to sneak over to left field, and he'll collect the first hit since the first inning.
Unfortunately, Tommy, I don't think Cowley can do everything. If there's a line drive over his head like that, he can only do so much. He does have some hops, I will admit that, and he was able to showcase that at the showcase game on Wednesday. But unfortunately, line drive too high for him. But Samuelson passes the baton over to T.J. Clarkson.
And Clarkson on a streak of his own since we're talking about him. We mentioned it last time he was up. 5 straight walks now and has taken the first pitch for ball 1 here.
Here comes the 1-0. It's a fastball upstairs, 2-0. And we were talking about it earlier in the inning. 31 pitches delivered in the first. As the pitch, there goes the throw down over to second, and Boney tried to come up with the tag there. And a correction on the count. It's a 2-1 count now. Good jump there by Tate Samuelson. It almost looked like that play was slowly developing.
And I'm amazed Boning was able to catch that one. A little off the mark from Willis, not completely out of range, but had to leave the base. And Boning, nice job to get a tag down there. Just unfortunate that Samuelson was already at second.
And that's another thing about Boning is he'll still roll with the pitch. A throw down, he's going to do his best to still make the grab and still try to come up with some sort of tag to be able to at least have some sort of chance of coming up with an out. And I love that part of Boning's game, not just the defensive part, but it's looking great as there's a pitch called strike there, and it looks like the umpire also getting fooled on the count, just like I was, but it's a full count now.
Yeah, the only difference is he's the one calling the pitches out there, Alex. He's not allowed to be screwed up on that.
So both myself and the Blue being a bit behind on the count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone, and here comes the pitch. That one's a strike 3 call, and another one bites the dust. It was a 2-out single by Tate Samuelson, but T.J. Clarkson able to put him away on strikes. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base, all tied up at 2s as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. So despite the 2-out single given up by Tommy Steyer, still able to get out of it with a K, as we've got a new arm here in the top of the 4th, and it's Kyle Wish.
And the Saints attacking early on Matthew Sox. A little bit roughed up in the 3rd inning. It's summer ball after all. They don't pitch extensively, but getting him out of the game early really could contribute to multiple successes later on in the game for the Saints.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more to that one, as it was Matt Sox who, despite the 2 earned runs, he was still pitching quite the ball game. 3 innings of work, 5 strikeouts, 1 base on balls with 4 hits on 2 earned runs. Still a quality start for the starter, Sox. And Kyle Wish now taking over on the bump as he delivers the 2-1. And here's a stroke over to deep center field. He's going to jump on his horse, and what a running grab there by the center fielder, Mercado. Excuse me, that's Grant Burton that's there on the grab.
Very nice play by Burton. Cowden thought he put a shot into that one, and with that short center field and Jackie Robinson, he might have had his 3rd home run of the year. But here at Shinsheimer Park, that's a nice play by Grant Burton, and it'll be the 1st out of the inning.
So Josh Cowley, series of unfortunate events there. He gave that one a ride to dead center field, and all you can really do is just tip your cap over to Burton, and he has already had a pair of nice grabs. The sliding grab that he had earlier to put Drew Cowley away on the little duck fart over to shallow left center. Then now coming in, jumping on his horse and making that overhead grab, and now it's Wish falling behind to Bo Willis. 2 balls and no strikes. As Kyle Wish on his 7 games, 2 of them starts, has delivered 21 innings of work, 13 hits, 4 earned runs on 3 walks, 19 strikeouts. Does have a save under his belt with a 1.71 ERA.
And very nice at bat from Bo Willis there. Able to draw the 4-pitch walk to Wish after Cowden getting robbed of a double earlier by Burton. Now Bo Willis on base and 1 out for Jag Burton.
Jag Burton had himself a pretty tough day at the plate last night as well. Burton was able to get on 3 out of the 5 plate appearances, 2 via the walk and on an error. There was an error on the second baseman last night, but on both of the walks, he was able to come in to score, and especially the big 6-hole that they had in the bottom of the 3rd inning, scoring 6 runs in that 3rd. And something about these 3rd innings for the Saints, they just are scoring runs. It's been the story since the beginning of the year.
And it's really just been the bats now coming along here for the Saints. You mentioned the 3rd inning. We just had a 12-run inning last week when we were at the MLB Academy in Compton. And they put up 13 runs in the Orange County game just a few games ago as well, too. The Saints bats really trying to pick up for the pitchers out there so they don't have to carry the whole workload for the team.
And especially when it comes down to these 2 clubs, you know that runs will be scored. But it's not going to be very many because of how talented both the Blues and the Saints are this year as far as the lineup that they produce in a night-in, night-out basis. And just every pitch, every out is an important one between these 2 programs.
And we talk about the great starters we've seen from the Saints this season, but how about the bullpen? It's been absolutely lights out for them, led by Kyle Sonduk out of UTSA, of course, pitching yesterday. Don't forget about Tommy Hannon from Cal Berkeley, Chris Stamos as well, too, and another UTSA Roadrunner, John Chompka, we might see later today. All of those guys been absolutely lights out for the Saints.
As Jag Burton chasing after the 2-2, and he goes down on strikes.
Yeah, Burton just reaching out for that one. Unfortunately, not able to make any contact. 2 down now, and up to the plate for the Saints is going to be number 10, Brandon Boning, who started us off in that last inning with the double.
Had a great at-bat in that first one. Only saw 2 pitches, but that's all he needed to be able to hop on Matt Sox. Kyle Wish now has to hold it to just a tie ball game 2-2 to allow his offense to come back, bring him back into the game. Quickly the count 0-1. So the first time that these two programs faced off against each other, it went in favor of the Saints, 5-1. Saints were able to score 1 in the first. It would stay 1-0 from innings 2 to 6. It wasn't until the bottom of the 7th there was a huge 4-spot for the Saints. It would be a 5-0 lead, but it wouldn't stay that way, folks. It would go down to the top of the 8th inning. The Blues would score a run, avoid the shutout. At least that's a big sigh of relief for the Blues to avoid that shutout. And when it came down to the top of the 9th inning, they turned to Richardson as Boning gets under one over to right field and easily is put away. As Bo Willis able to get on with a 1-out walk. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. So that'll be it for Tommy Steyer after staying in this game and keeping it to a 2-2 game. And currently both starters officially out of this one as John Chomko now taking over on the mound will face off against the lower half of the order. Will face off against Costello, Burden, and Armstrong. And it's Jonathan Chomko on 7 appearances, 12 2/3 innings of work, 8 hits, only 2 earned runs, and only 3 walks, 22 Ks, and a 1-0 record with an ERA of 1.42. And you were talking about how greedy the bullpen is for the Saints, and a 1.42 ERA here for Chomko.
And we talk a lot about the other road runner in the bullpen, Kyle Sonduk, but John Chomko has had a very important role for Aaron Milam's bullpen. Had a huge outing last time, which he went 2 2/3 innings against the Foresters. Gave up 2 hits in those 2 2/3, 0 earned runs. Was able to earn the win after Connor Bradshaw hit a home run while he was out there pitching. And his performance out there really led to a Saints victory in a game that was knotted up for most of it.
Absolutely. This bullpen is always keeping the Saints locked into every ball game. And they do such an excellent job holding leads, holding ball games to exactly where they're at. And expect the Saints to put up their best arms here as the 2-2 pitch goes down fishing and another one bites the dust.
And John Chomko quickly working out the kinks on Costello, able to send him down on strikes. And we'll see Chomko, if he can stay dominant, he'll go a couple innings for the Saints. Started off as a 1-inning guy, but in his last 4 outings has gone at least 2 innings and has only given up the 2 earned runs, like you said, this season. Has been very effective.
And to add on to what you were talking about, Tommy, just in the last 3 relief appearances, he has struck out 11 hitters this year, just within the last 3 appearances. And in that first stretch against the Conejo Oaks, 3 Ks. Against San Luis Obispo, 4 Ks. Then the next one was with 4 Ks as there's a shot over the left. Well played there by Jack Burton.
Yeah, loud out there for Chomko. Burton might have thought he got something on it. And Burton looked like he took his first step in a little bit there and had to quickly work back. But loud out is all it is, unfortunately, for the Blues. And it'll be 2 down here quickly for Chomko's first inning of work.
And you said the most important word, out. As long as there's an out in place, that's really all that matters. You're still helping out Chomko to get out of it as confident as possible and to just help him to be able to get to as many innings as possible, as you mentioned it before. Kyle Sonda came in for 2 innings of work last night. Now you're going to expect Coach Milam to stretch these relievers to 2 innings of work, and that's no stranger for Chomko. As you mentioned, he's been doing that within these last 4 relief appearances.
And you'd like to see your starter go longer, but at the end of the day, once they get into a little bit of trouble here in these leagues, you don't want to have the pitch count go crazy. 31 pitches for the first inning for Tommy Steyer, and it was settling down in the next 2, but get some other guys some reps out here, and you know they need to prove themselves to get more playing time this fall and next spring, of course. And why not go to Chomko?
As that one slapped the other way, but goes foul. As we give you the final stat lines for the starter, Tommy Steyer went 3 innings, 3 strikeouts, 2 base on balls, 4 base hits, and 2 earned runs. And if you ask me, both starters had quality starts, and it was a good day. Good day on the mound for both Matt Sox and for Tommy Steyer. And both of these teams are turning to their pen to hang on to this 2-2 ball game, and we're back to a staring contest between the 2 clubs as the 1-2 pitch is a bouncer that gets away from Bo Willis.
You almost wish the 2 pitchers would have gone longer. Both their aces on the bumps today for the Saints and for the Blues. And they got after them early, and a chess match maybe between managers to go straight to the bullpen.
Here comes the 2-2, and it's a ground ball over to Boning. Too hot for him to handle there. Almost like a game of hot potato. Wasn't able to hang on to the baseball. Very tough play for the shortstop.
Yeah, it took a little bit of a weird hop on Boning there. Might have clipped the edge of the grass or something as it was going through. And a play that Boning knows he wishes he probably should have made. But a hard hop, and if any of us were out there, it was going to be a tough play regardless.
Oh, wow. If I was the one being out there in shortstop, I don't even know if I'd be able to reach it or even ricochet off my glove. I don't even know if I'd be able to get there, quite honestly. But we go back to the top of the order with Ruben Mercado waving at the first, offering 0-1.
Mercado already a hit in the ball game. Was a ground out victim his last time up, but has shown to put the ball near left field in both at-bats so far.
And here's a line shot going over to center field. Nothing that Bradshaw can do there. And just like that, San Luis Obispo compiling a pair of singles here.
And Chomko, after working quickly on the first two, now surrendering the two hits from Armstrong and Mercado. Now he has to face Kretschmar with runners on the bases, and smart play here from Bo Willis to slow down the pace a little bit, go and talk to his pitcher, try to ease him down and get this final out of the inning.
It's almost like the Blues are giving the Saints a taste of their own medicine. The Saints always are coming up with these two-out rallies just like that. They get some base hits. They always dump the baseball in no man's land and always just putting it in proper locations. And the Blues just trying to find a way to get that go-ahead run on the board as the two-hitter Austin Kretschmar now stepping up to the plate. And the first one is a bouncer in the dirt. Excellent work there by Bo Willis.
And good to keep that one in front of you. Last thing you want is both these runners in scoring position with Kretschmar at the plate. Quickly down 1-0, but can easily work this back.
Chomko with the 1-0. Goes with the breaking ball, evening it up 1-1. Flashback Friday, we bring it back to July 3rd when Chomko faced off against San Luis Obispo Blues, had 2 innings of work, 2 base hits, no earned runs or base on balls, and struck out 4. And here's a chopper going over to short. Boney goes the easy way to go 6-4 to put Ruben Mercado away. So no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Still knotted up at 2 as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Despite a pair of 2-out singles given up by Chomko, still able to get out of it with the defense backing him up. So we go to the top of the 5th inning as Jackson Cobb started up with a first pitch called strike, 0-1.
And Cobb reaching on that bunt hit last time, showing off the wheels, is now the leadoff man to start this inning.
And Cobb being extra aggressive here in this at-bat. Quickly the count 0-2. And consider the adjustments being made by Tate Samuelson, the local boy here from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. There's the 0-2 pitch, and a protective swing there to maintain a heartbeat at the plate. We'll do it again, 0-2.
And Cobb, always aggressive on those 0-2 pitches, does not like to go down swinging, but sometimes it bites him, and he catches himself fishing a couple times at pitches in the zone.
Maybe sometimes the fishing isn't always a good thing because you do end up coming empty. But able to refuse on the fastball high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Just as a friendly reminder, folks, this is just game 1 of a 2-game series this weekend. As, see, did he hold up? No, he did not. Jackson Cobb goes around swinging, and he goes down on strikes.
And like I said there, very aggressive at the plate, does not like to go down swinging, unable to pull back there, and third base umpire will ring him up.
So they're able to put away the leadoff batter, and it's been 3 innings that the Blues have been able to put away the leadoff batter. Go back to the top of the second when they put Cowden away on strikes, actually put him away on strikes in the top of the second, and put him away on a deep fly out in the top of the 4th. And now it's Jackson Cobb who goes down on strikes. So 1-1 the count now to Connor Bradshaw. We go back to the top of the order. This will be the 3rd time through the Saints lineup. There's the 1-1 pitch. It's bounced in the dirt. Hitters count 2-1.
And the hitters count indeed for Connor Bradshaw. Going to have to find the zone, and if he likes those pitches, you know how the power he possesses at the leadoff spot. Connor Bradshaw currently leading the team in home runs, 4 of them on the season.
This guy produces some great pop, and he hits a ground ball the other way, but it's Mercado that still comes up with the out, 6-3. Two gone here in the top of the 5th inning. Jake McMurray checking in for the 3rd time tonight. We are in a bind 2-2 here in Sinsheimer Park. Alex Naveja alongside of me is Tommy Wartz. As it's been an interesting game to say the least here in the first 4 2/3 innings so far. Despite 4 runs total being scored this evening, it definitely has been a very interesting chess match, the way that the 2 runs have been scored for the Saints, how the first 2 runs were scored in the bottom of the 1st here for the Blues. And it's been a very tight, very interesting game throughout every at-bat.
Very competitive, and it's very telling on how the whole division has been this season.
As the 2-0 pitch, it's skied, and that's a blooper dropping in there in front of Kretschmar.
Yeah, and it looked like Kretschmar thought he might get some help from his right fielder, Costello. Costello nowhere in the area, thought Kretschmar was going to be all over it, and Jake McMurray's going to end up with a free single just like that.
So the Texas Leaguer single there for Jake McMurray keeps the inning going. They hand it off to Drew Cowley, and we'll find out very quick, Tommy, if that was a mistake or not. Now you're starting to get into some deep waters with the middle part of the lineup coming in for the Saints. First offering, misses low. We've already seen some production here for Drew Cowley. He already has an RBI double, cashed in a Brandon Boning, who started up that inning with extra bases. As the 1-0, that's a pitch missing outside.
And now a hitter's count to Drew Cowley. A gap shot here would probably get McMurray around. McMurray, the first baseman, don't let that fool you. Carries a lot of speed in his stocky build.
And I could tell you McMurray was definitely very happy, let out a sigh of relief after blooping one over to right. There's the 2-0 pitch. Proper location there, 2-1 to Drew Cowley. 2-2, all tied up here in the top of the 5th inning. Saints trying to come up with a 2-out rally of their own, as they have been doing. As there goes McMurray, but that one's fouled off.
And I love the idea of a hit and run there, because then a gap shot definitely gets McMurray home. Told you he wanted to show off the wheels there. And the steal attempt on Wish, not paying much attention to him. Why not let him fly?
And I love the style that the coaching staff of the Saints have. They're always thinking of ways, how can we get our base runners into scoring position with the least amount of outs as possible? And they're always making things happen, especially when it comes up to 2 outs. And that time was a fastball upstairs. We've got ourselves a full count, 3-2.
And the worst that can happen is you don't get the run that comes across. You still get Drew Cowley up to the plate with a fresh new count, and Peyton Lewis and Josh Cowden behind him. In a tie ball game early on, might as well take these chances.
So we'll see what Kyle Wish has in store here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone, and here comes the pitch. Fastball missing inside. Mark Armstrong left the glove there for a couple of seconds to see if he could get the call. No luck.
Well, it doesn't matter how long you leave it there. If the umpire says ball, he means it. Can't go back on it. Drew Cowley able to watch that one, show off the discipline. Not needing to do everything with that at-bat, and now Peyton Lewis is going to have a runner in scoring position plus a guy at first with 2 down here, and there's your 2-out rally you might be talking about earlier, Alex.
And you're just getting yourself into deeper and deeper waters, having to face off against the cleanup hitter, Peyton Lewis, and definitely will be looking to clean up the base path here. Has gone down on strikes twice tonight. Looking for some protection here. So Peyton Lewis, 6'3" inside of the box. Fouls that one off. Almost hit our way here, Tommy.
Well, you don't got to worry about that, Alex. I'll dive in front of you. I promise you right now. I don't have a glove out there, but I would love to show off the former 7th grade first base talent I have.
I have no doubt in my mind that you'll definitely make a play. And you know what? I'll look forward to seeing it on the Sports Center profile on Instagram, as they're always putting up broadcasters making some great plays on there. Look forward to seeing you there.
Very nimble for my size, too. Quick reactions, too.
Hey, you can never judge a baseball player by its cover, right? Everybody has a little secrets inside of them, right?
Just look at our team.
Loaded with guys with a lot of potential. You look at them, and they don't look like some of the players that you would expect a whole lot from. But, hey, this is a team in first place of the SoCal division. So Peyton Lewis in the box against San Luis Obispo. He is 0 for 3 with a pair of hit by pitches and a strikeout coming into the game today. As the 1-2 goes after it, and he gets under it. And it's a fly ball over to the left. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Still tied up at 2 here in Sinsheimer Park, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Arroyo Seco Saints leaving a pair of base runners on the base path. As we go to the bottom of the fifth inning, still tied up at 2s, as we'll also have the middle part of the order coming up for the Blues. Grotto, Martinez, and Samuelson. 3, 4, and 5 slots. John Chomko still on the mound. And the first thing worth mentioning is, once again, leaving the middle part of the infield wide open for Mason Grotto.
Yeah, and the real meat and potatoes part of the order for the Blues. Mason Grotto, Vince Martinez, and Tate Samuelson all have a hit today. And Chomko fires the first pitch in for a ball. That's not going to be Grotto swinging away at that one.
Here comes the 1-0. That's a pitch down to the dirt, 2-0. And this game, Tommy mentioned it early on in the broadcast, the fact that we had an hour of a delay because of the umpires not being able to arrive in time, but it was very interesting to see how the team stayed loose. We saw some of the guys playing some football. Jackson Cobb also found out that he also played football, and he was actually going to accept a football scholarship, but unfortunately due to a torn ACL injury that he sustained. Imagine that, Jackson Cobb as a football player. I definitely see it.
Yeah, and Jackson Cobb, you mentioned that torn ACL that unfortunately derailed his football career, but he was able to rehab that torn ACL in under a year and make it back for baseball season to prove it to himself that he could still play baseball his senior year. Hit 5 home runs in 5 games that year, Alex.
And he has definitely proven that he can play the game of baseball. What he has done with the Saints is just the beginning of it. What he's done with Texas Tech, what he's done in high school, being that dual athlete, it's just the definition of an athlete. And as the old saying goes, to play baseball, you really do have to be an athlete to play the game of baseball.
Absolutely. Multi-sport athlete. You know, these kids like to focus in on one sport now. It's not what coaches like to see. They like to see some versatility, show off the athleticism. And just about every state, or rather every school in the country, was after Jackson Cobb and started his freshman year out at Arkansas and found his way over to Texas Tech and has been very productive there. Going to do the junior college route in the fall and try to find himself at another Division I school. Really struggling to find the fit, but whoever lands him is going to get a great ball player.
This guy does all the little things well, plays a great defense, has some great speed on the base path. He will guarantee you base hits, singles. He'll get you RBIs as well. He will get on base for you. But some other things that were very interesting during the delay, the guys are playing some hacky sack, and that was pretty interesting to watch. You guys could definitely watch some of that footage on our Instagram page. That is Arroyo Seco Saints CCL. Make sure to follow us on our social media handles. We're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, and also hit the subscribe button down below, folks. We are always making sure to stay up to date with all of your Saints coverage throughout the whole entire summer, and so that way you guys can stay up to date when we are broadcasting for you guys, bringing you guys the latest on your favorite Arroyo Seco Saints. And just very interesting to just see some of the talents that the guys have as well, and just the ways that they were staying loose throughout the game or during the delay.
Yeah, it's a great way to get to know most of the players on the team, and they're really starting to gel now. They've known each other for just about 5-6 weeks now, and guys building friendships that'll last a lot longer.
These are going to be friendships that they're going to hang on to for a very long time after this. It's not one of those, hey, we're done and that's it. We're going to be lifelong friends. Some of these guys are going to see their teammates once again, and sometimes they have faced off against their teammates during the summer. So imagine that, reporting back to the fall, and you said, hey, you won against me, as there's a ground ball routine over to short. The throw goes over to first in time.
And a huge double play there. The second one we've seen turn. First one 4-6-3. This one 6-4-3. Doesn't matter. Works the same. 2 down now. Brandon Boning to Cobb to McMurray. And we've been calling that all season, and it's the second time tonight.
And this is it. That we are seeing this duo putting in work already tonight. They have looked just great today, showing off some serious coverage that they have been able to put out and put into display this evening. Tate Samuelson now stepping up to the plate. A wild miss there. 1 ball and no strikes.
And after giving up the leadoff walk, Chomko quickly erases that base runner after the double play. Doesn't like the ball he was throwing to Samuelson. Will change it out. And now he can focus in just on the hitter and not have to worry about those base runners.
It's always much easier to just focus on the batter at the plate and not have to worry about someone on the base path. Definitely makes your trip there on the mound much easier. 2-0 the count to Tate Samuelson, currently 1 for 2, grounded into the 4-6-3. Also has a single to left and a stolen base. And very good pitch there by Chomko.
Yeah, must have broke just a little high. You know, we do have a bird's eye view of the stands and of the game at play. Looked like it crossed right around the middle. Didn't see where Bo ended with the glove, but that one missed by a lot, and it's going to be a walk shortly after the double play.
It's a 2-out base on balls to Tate Samuelson. Will keep this inning alive, just as the Blues were able to do in the previous inning. We're able to get a pair of 2-out singles. It was Mark Armstrong with a 2-out single along with Ruben Mercado. And very surprising to see this middle part of the lineup grounding into that double play. We saw Mason Grotto start the inning off with a leadoff walk. Was erased on the 6-4-3. Now Tate Samuelson getting on with the walk. And now it's T.J. Clarkson. It was 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Stadium lights in full effect here in Sinsheimer Park. And pretty nice ballpark, I have to say, here for the Blues. Very nice. The fan base enjoying every minute of this one, as here's a rocket shot going over to center. There's Connor Bradshaw showing off the leather.
A great play out there by Bradshaw. It'll bring the Saints back in, and momentum is definitely shifting here at San Luis Obispo.
And just like that, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. What a play there by Connor Bradshaw, coming in, lane out for the baseball. And you got to love a player that sacrifices his body, as we'll have Josh Cadden, Bo Willis, and Jag Burden coming up here in the top of the sixth. And he'll face off against another reliever, Ryan Ward, the sophomore from University of Texas San Antonio.
Teammates with Kyle Sonduk and John Chompko, who just pitched the last 2 innings.
Be interesting to see if Chompko will continue to be on the mound, and at this point, it'll be Ward versus Chompko, but there is an arm warming up in the Saints' pen, so that'll be something we'll definitely be on the lookout for. But Ryan Ward, the sophomore from University of Texas San Antonio, 6'2" frame, weighing in at 190 pounds, originally from San Antonio, Texas.
And it'll be interesting to see how he can handle the Saints offense. We know how they have 2 really good arms out of the bullpen at UTSA. And now let's see if the Blues have one of their own hiding in the bullpen as well.
As a 3-0 pitch, that's a wild miss inside. Cowden, he's racing to the bag at first. See if he could take an additional one.
And I was waving him over. I thought maybe he had a chance. Armstrong realizing that ball's still in play even if it gets past you there. And Cowden was hustling quickly. And Armstrong did as well. Once he saw that happening, he'll be stuck at first base.
And you know what, Tommy? I was really hoping that he would be looking up here in the press box and seeing you wave him to second and really test the arm of Armstrong. That ball was all the way in the backstop.
Well, the Milkman's got speed at first base for sure over there. Josh Cowden, known for his pop, but likes to move around. Thinks he might be faster than he is maybe, but definitely nothing to disregard at first base.
Can't sleep on Josh Cowden over at first, despite him not having any stolen bases on the year. Has definitely gotten some great jumps on the bag. Has been caught stealing twice on the year, as Bo Willis currently at the plate. Taking one in the inner half. Quickly the count 0-2.
And right there, Ward working quickly on Willis after 4 straight balls, firing in 2 strikes to Willis. Better watch out here if he tries to get one in the dirt to get Willis swinging as he's in a defensive spot.
Great spot there, putting Bo Willis away on 3 pitches.
Or he can continue to hit the corners right there, making Bo Willis look silly at the plate. Quickly, 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and a big bounce back for Ryan Ward after giving up the leadoff walk.
Despite Ryan Ward delivering 4 straight balls to Josh Cowden, able to come up with a rebound against Bo Willis. Here is Jag Burden, and Ward letting Cowden know, I'm fully aware of you over there at first, as we give you the stat line for Ward on 8 appearances, 14 1/3 innings of work, 11 hits, 6 runs, 3 of them earned, 10 walks, 14 strikeouts with a 2-0 record. As there's going to be a throwing error by Ward.
Yeah, fired that one away into the stands. And the Milkman will move over 90 feet. Josh Cowden didn't even have to steal that base.
And that's the first error here in the ball game. It has been clean baseball throughout these first 5 innings. And just like that, with one gone, a runner in scoring position, trying to set up the stage here for Jag Burden, who fouls off the first offering, 0-1.
And Burden struggling at the plate today, gone down via the strikeout his first 2 times up. Started this AB with a runner at first, now has one in scoring position just 1 pitch later.
Tommy, you're talking about that. You're kind of thinking, is Ward just like Chompko and Sonduk as far as the pitching strengths are concerned? Well, to finish up with his stat line, he has a greedy ERA south of 2, 1.88. Definitely does not give up very many runs.
And if you're a Roadrunner fan, you got to be pretty excited about this upcoming season, seeing those 3 arms in your bullpen.
And it's gotta be a delight hearing about these guys and the promising future that these guys have for the coming spring year, just showing some dominance on the mound.
With all different types of pitchers, too. Chomko, guy who likes to fire in the fastball. Ward looking to be the same type of pitcher as that, but Sonduk, we know him, and he makes his living off his breaking ball.
That curveball has been extremely lethal for Kyle Sonduk, and he does lead the team in strikeouts. Definitely up there. Give you guys the final number. Kyle Sonduk has 30 strikeouts, leading the team in that category. There's the 1-2. And it's a bouncer going to first off the glove of T.J. Clarkson. That one goes over to right field. They're sending in Cowden. Here comes Jack Burden over at first. And there goes the go-ahead run, 3-2, the Saints.
And T.J. Clarkson boots the routine ball. And Josh Cowden was easily going to score after that, but Jack Burden showing off the wheels and the hustle, able to leg out another base after that error. And now Boning in the same position as Burden with a runner on second, but this time he'll have the lead.
So that'll be an unearned run there for the pitcher Ryan Ward. And 2 errors committed here in this inning as here's a bouncer back over to Ward. We'll go ahead and flip over to first. Burden moves to third.
And a big second out. A quick one pitch to Boning. And now Jackson Cobb's going to come up with the runner just 90 feet away and 2 down and looking to add on some more insurance in the inning.
We could consider that a sack bunt there for Brandon Boning. Being put away 1-3, but now it's Jackson Cobb, and this is another great Saints player to have in a situation like this. This is a guy that will definitely produce RBIs for you, but it really has been swing happy as if the last at-bat went down on strikes 1 and 2, the counts in his previous at-bat.
And to put it simply, he's a guy who just likes to swing the bat. Wants to get hits, wants to get big hits, as all these guys do, but it comes at a cost. Strikes out a lot.
And definitely has shown his woes against the Blues coming into the ball game. He is hitting 166 south of the Mendoza line, 1 for 6 with an RBI, single, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. And quickly, he's in an 0-2 hole.
0-2 after giving up the 1 run already is Ward. He would like nothing more than to get out of this inning, but Cobb, a dangerous bat at the plate for the Saints.
As he hits one straight to the third baseman, sharply hit to Tate Samuelson, able to show off the cat-like reflexes at the hot corner. But the damage is done. 1 run, no hits, 2 errors, and 1 runner left on base. 3-2 in favor of your Arroyo Seco Saints as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Arroyo Seco Saints capitalize on the 2 errors committed in the top of the 6th. Alex Nebekai alongside of me is Tommy Warts. And the Saints able to come up with a 1-run lead as we have the bottom half of the lineup, Nick Costello, Grant Burton, and Mark Armstrong. As there's now a southpaw, Dom Dorado now taking over on the bump, who is 2-1 on a 13 innings pitched, 10 hits, 2 runs scored, only one of them earned on 11 Ks, 5 walks, and a very greedy ERA of .69.
Yeah, Dom Dorado, one of the very lethal and valuable southpaws out of the bullpen for manager Aaron Milam. Loves to attack the zone, and quickly up 0-2 to start his day.
Dorado has been very good on the mound lately. Definitely has maintained holds and has come up in big situations as the 0-2 tries to get him on the breaking ball, 1-2.
And if you remember, Dorado, he hasn't pitched much since his big outing in Orange County. Just the one appearance in between there. Went 4 innings, including the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th.
The 1-2 goes right up to the mound. Dorado with an easy flip to first. 1 gone.
I guess that would be 5. He only went the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th.
And one thing really worth mentioning is Dom Dorado has had back-to-back relief appearances against San Luis Obispo back in June 23rd and in July 1st. And he has had the Blues numbers both times. He is coming in with 4 innings, 1 K, 6 hits, 1 walk, and 1 earned run against the Blues.
And continuing to attack early here, starting it off with a first pitch strike to Costello and now to Burton as well.
So Dorado set on the bump, delivers the 0-1. And here's a deep drive over to right center field, but Bradshaw capped under it to make the grab.
Yeah, got the fans a little excited, but ultimately a can of corn out there for Connor Bradshaw. After the big catch last inning, those fly balls like that are the routine ones for Bradshaw.
Fans haven't really had too much to cheer for despite getting all the cheering out of the way in the bottom of the first. As the 9-hitter Mark Armstrong stepping into the plate with 2 outs, 3-2 in favor of the Saints. As the first pitch misses low, 1-0. So Dom Dorado, 6'1" frame on the bump. The sophomore weighing in at 200 pounds from Vestal, New York. Originally attended Vestal High School. And there's a late swing there by Mark Armstrong, evening it up 1-1. And looking at his numbers with Binghamton University, the one stat that really stands out to you is the walks. He is tied 3rd for the fewest base on balls, and that is 5 for the Binghamton University squad.
Yeah, and Dorado has been a great story this entire season for the Saints. And like you said, struggled his last 2 years, but had a really promising freshman year, and who wouldn't during the COVID year have a little bit of issues maybe. In New York, the guidelines much stricter, and was forced to work out on his own most of that time during that frame. And ended up calling up a couple of buddies just to come play catch to keep the arm loose most of the summer.
I'm very unfortunate that New York was the state that suffered the most, unfortunately, here in the U.S. as far as the pandemic is concerned. But he was still able to find his way through, and there's a chopper going over to the backhand side by Brandon Boney. The toss over to first. So they put him away 1-2-3, and a great inning for Dom Dorado. 3-2 in favor of the Saints as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Dom Dorado does his job being able to retire the side as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Top of the order, Connor Bradshaw, Jake McMurray, and Drew Cowley still facing off against Ryan Ward. And an aggressive hack there by Bradshaw, the count 0-1.
And we were talking in between innings there, Alex. 1-run lead, not comfortable with that right now if you're the Saints. And this is the part of the order you'd like to see come up and really add on some insurance. Connor Bradshaw, Jake McMurray, Drew Cowley for sure will get ABs this inning.
And as we've seen throughout the CCL, no lead is safe. It's only 1 run. When you're playing against 2 offensive juggernauts, it's no lead really is safe. It just comes down to the pitching, but this is your opportunity for the Saints. You're starting off fresh. You're going back to the top of the lineup, and you have a leadoff guy by the name of Connor Bradshaw who is leading in almost every offensive category for the Saints. So this is a guy, the perfect guy to get something going for you offensively.
Yeah, the Pepperdine wave, absolutely a factor for the Saints this year. Him and Drew Cowley have been quite the duo.
And does not like the call, able to get that one in the outside corner.
Yeah, and maybe a little help from Armstrong there. Haven't seen too much complaining from either side on the zone right now. That one looked to be a little bit outside, but got to protect with 2 strikes if you're Bradshaw.
And that was a very close pitch. It could go either way, but that one was caught firmly by Mark Armstrong. And with 1 gone, Jake McMurray comes back up to the plate. Had a very slow start to the ball game. Struck out swinging and grounded into the 6-4-3, but was able to come back with a duck fart over to right his last time up. And this is a great guy to talk about. This is a guy, like we mentioned, a slow start to the year. Has completely flipped the switch, hitting .327 coming into the ball game today. Figuring it out with the stick.
Yeah, and during the most important games, the conference games when they come down to it, the division games, McMurray is a very valuable bat that they have very high up there now, and if he's not getting RBIs, he's scoring runs, getting on base.
And you and I had him on the broadcast in our player interview, and you asked him, what did you do? How did you turn into this great player? You just turned things around. And his answer, he said, you know what? Coach just told me, hey, slow the game down. Relax. You've got what it takes. Just trust in your stuff and slow down.
And it's been working right now. The words of wisdom from Coach Aaron Milam has really transformed Jake McMurray's game. And if I'm one of the coaches at Oral Roberts and I'm seeing this season right now too, I'm going to work to get him in the lineup as much as I can next season as well.
The stick is warming up at the perfect times here. As the 2-2, and he chops one but goes foul. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. 3-2, the Saints leading it by a run and getting the run via the error. Got a pair of errors, and they capitalized on it here. And there's a pitch missing inside, 3-2.
And McMurray able to work it back to the full count. We talked about it earlier. Doesn't tend to strike out much. Already struck out once today. It would be very uncharacteristic of him to strike out twice.
Hasn't been done this year. Has not been done this year. And if we want to talk about totals, he has 7. That is the fewest on the team. 7 Ks.
And what's the at-bat total with there? A guy who's been starting over the last few weeks. It's just unheard of, the streak he's on with how few he can strike out with how many times he's coming up to the plate.
If you want to talk about up-to-date stats, 64 at-bats with only 7 Ks. Definition of a contact hitter. This is the guy that you want at the top of your lineup, especially as a good 2-hitter. As the 3-2, it's a slow number going over to short. Mercado able to field that one cleanly.
And that's part of McMurray's game. He's trying to put the ball in play. It's part of why his average is so high, but doesn't hit the ball for power like you might see from a guy his size. has yet to get a long ball this year, but he wants the defense to make the play and doesn't want to go down on his own merit. Wants the other guys to force him to not stay at first base.
And you mentioned his height, 6'1". Usually you think a 6'1" frame, you're starting to think, okay, this guy has got some pop as Drew Cowley hacks out the first offering 0-1. First baseman, 6'1", you usually expect, if you're playing a corner infield position, you must be a power hitter, but not the case for Jake McMurray. This is a guy that he's going to do the small things well, and he's going to make things happen there at the plate.
Very similar game to former Dodgers first base name from the past, James Loney, kind of vibe to him. Always putting the ball in play, and a guy who doesn't strike out a very high amount.
Thing about James Loney as well is that he come up with some RBIs as here's a line shot over to right field. Right fielder Nick Costello had to come in the final moments to make the adjustments to make that grab. But it's Ryan Ward who turns the tides, able to retire the side here in the top of the 7th, as it is a stretch half of the 7th as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Ryan Ward able to turn the page, able to go get a 1-2-3 inning. So we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Ruben Mercado, Austin Kretschmar, and Mason Grotto. As Tommy likes to mention it, the meat and the potatoes of the order coming up for the Blues.
And Mercado showing bunt there. Unable to lay it down, pulled back before. And looking for anything to start off a rally for the Blues right now. And Dorado, a very good first inning of work. Needs to get through the rest of them now.
Here's a slow roller going over to Boning. Has shown some great poise there at short. One gone.
And a quick 2-pitch AB right there from Ruben Mercado and Dom Dorado. And he'll be happy with that. 1/3 of the top of the order now retired. But Kretschmar and Grotto still linger in the depths of the ninth.
Austin Kretschmar has gotten on 2 of his 3 plate appearances on a hit by pitch and a fielder's choice. As Austin Kretschmar from Stanford. And Stanford a very sneaky and a very surprising team that made it as deep as a run in the regionals and the super regionals and in the College World Series. That was a team that not a lot of us expected them to make a deep run.
There's a lot of great baseball teams out in California, especially at the collegiate level. A lot of the Pac-12 teams, we see a lot of great talent coming out of there, but some of those mid-majors too. UC Irvine always has a very respectable program. Cal State Fullerton as well.
Not to mention UC Santa Barbara. That was another ranked team in the Big West Conference. There was either UC Irvine or UC Santa Barbara that was going to be at the top of that Big West Conference. And also, they were both ranked programs. And the head coach, and that was, wow. What a grab there by Jake McMurray.
I can't believe he got all the way over there. He covered a lot of ground from the first base spot and looked like he was going to run out of room, but the ball just kept carrying, and Kretschmar is going to be retired.
So Jake McMurray does have a single on the night, but most importantly, looking for the big outs. Now it's coming down to the ball game where you're just looking for outs, and he came up with a big one. What was in my mind? I thought that baseball was going to end up in the San Luis Obispo bullpen, but big outs in big, bold letters there for Jake McMurray.
And big out for Dom Dorado, too. Quickly working now. Retired the first 3 last inning and the first 2 of this inning as well, but Mason Grotto, one of the strongest bats we see from the San Luis Obispo Blues.
Mason Grotto, we mentioned it, one of the sticks that made it into the NorCal division for the showcase game. Mason Grotto hit cleanup in that one, finished 0-4 in that showcase game. Went grounded out 3-U, pop out to short, ground out to short, and went down on strikes.
And what he lacked in the showcase game, he picked up yesterday. 2 hits on the ball game.
And there's a bouncer, a diving grab there by Boning. Loses his footing. All he needed to do was set feet, fire over to first.
And easier said than done. That play would have been something special from Boning, and it got us in the press box a little excited over here. We thought he might get that throw off, and who knows, with the cannon that Boning possesses for a right arm, that could have been a really exciting play if he would have got to finish that one.
I'll tell you one thing. I think everybody in the press box would have lost their minds after that play. McMurray with the web gem of a play, and then you'll have Boning coming up with a play like that. Nuts. What a defensive inning. But there was still a play made. Baseball stayed in the infield. So the inning still stays alive. Here is Vince Martinez. Martinez with a mammoth swing, trailing the count 0-1.
And if you're Dorado, you're looking to get the same outcome. Ground ball to shortstop, somewhere over there. Anything low, keep it in the infield like you said, and make a play from there. Don't have to do anything too fancy.
And hitting one right down the pipe. Quickly the count, no balls and 2 strikes. As Vince Martinez, another Stanford University 6'2" frame, originally from Escondido, California. What a long way to be closer to San Diego and having to make that move all the way up north to NorCal. As there's a pitch in the dirt, Willis unleashes to second. That ball goes over to center. An extra bag for Mason Grotto.
And blunder there from the Saints. Looked like they had a chance to get him. Cobb unable to field the throw from Willis. It ends up in center field, and Grotto now really making things interesting for the Blues. 1-2 count. Martinez up, 90 feet away, the tying run here in the bottom of the 7th with 2 down.
It was Mason Grotto able to advance to third on the throwing area. It's going to be charged to Bo Willis. Was looking for that final out at second. Can't blame him for trying to come up with a play, trying to be like Jake McMurray with the defensive web gem as the 1-2 pitch protecting the plate there.
Dorado thought he had a real good pitch there. Maybe in a little bit of shock that Martinez was able to get a piece of that. Looked like he was heading towards the dugout. He'll have to throw one more in there that will fool Martinez.
It's got to be your best pitch here if you expect to put Martinez away. Originally attended San Marcos High School. The local boy in San Diego. A lot of great, promising talent there. The 1-2, Willis could not hang on to the baseball. Was hoping that he would hang on to it just a little tighter.
Yeah, I think it might have came back up and hit his mask, just missing the glove. And Martinez will continue to stay alive.
Inning started with a ground out by Ruben Mercado, followed by a heck of a play by Jake McMurray to finish up Kretschmar in foul territory. Then an infield single by Mason Grotto, which he takes off to second. Bo Willis on the throwing error and allows Grotto to advance to third. And a big-time grab there by Willis. Didn't seem like a whole lot, but it's a deep backstop. Anything that gets by him, we're looking at a tie ball game.
Yeah, and a curveball that Dorado just doesn't finish on, and it hangs up in the zone. Up and away near the other's batter's box. Big heads-up play by Willis to get the glove up there.
Here comes the 2-2. Gets under this one. This one's going to go a deep way over to center field. Connor Bradshaw makes a fire pit, makes the grab, and puts an end to the big inning for the Blues. On no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 runner. Left on base, 3-2. The Saints with the lead as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Dom Dorado with a huge sigh of relief, able to get out of that jam with the game-tying run just 90 feet away to come in to score. I'm Alex Naveca. Alongside of me is Tommy Wartz, and it has been intense baseball here in Sinsheimer Park, the home of the San Luis Obispo Blues. as Peyton Lewis, Josh Cowden, and Bo Willis will be due up for the Saints. Ryan Ward sticks around in the ball game. Expect the coaches for the Blues to be watching Ward like a hawk. Only reliever that is going to be stretching for 3 innings of work, Matt Sox, went 3 innings. And at the moment, there is no movement for the Blues bullpen. They have full confidence in Ryan Ward, and after all, with all due respect, he does deserve all the confidence that he has deserved, excluding the unearned run that came into score in the previous inning. That was the go-ahead run.
And right now, Peyton Lewis trying to get the top of the 8th started. Has not seen much success today. His 3rd strikeout right there.
Goes after one low and goes down on strikes. And Peyton Lewis with the hat trick on the night.
And he's been on such a hot streak, it's bound to see some digression over time. He's really been on fire for the Saints, and hopefully he gets one more chance tonight.
So there's a chopper, but goes a foul for Josh Cowden. Cowden was able to get on with a walk. It was a pitch that got away from the backstop Armstrong, but I really appreciate what Josh Cowden did in that play. It was a pitch that got away, and Cowden ran it hard to first and was hoping that he would be able to take an additional bag around it first. 1 ball, 1 strike to Josh Cowden, moving to the 5th spot in the lineup after hitting leadoff last night. Didn't exactly go how he had it in mind last night. Going into this game, Josh Cowden is 1 for 7 against the Blues, with 4 strikeouts, a single, a hit by pitch, hitting 142, and he hits a line drive rocket shot right up the middle for a 1-out single. Josh Cowden trying to bring up those numbers.
And now make it 2 for 8. Still not the sexiest stat line, but really getting to work here in the later innings now in a very tight ball game. And a big single from Josh Cowden. That's going to bring up some very valuable at-bats later on in the inning now. Willis and Burden struggling today, looking to find their first hit, but Boney and Cobb, both after them, have found green in the outfield.
The first pitch to Bo Willis, high and tight, called strike. No balls, 1 strike, 1 gone in the top of the 8th inning. Josh Cowden trying to put a run on the board, and that's a rocket shot that ends up over to left past the diving third baseman Samuelson. And a pair of base runners on.
And now we're going to see a little bit of movement maybe for the Blues. After 2 hits now from Ward, let's see if they get anyone working up in that bullpen in his 3rd inning of work. And now 2 runners on and only 1 down, with Jag Burden taking over the left-handed batter's box.
And very surprising right now, Tommy. Not a single soul in sight right now in the pen warming up or anything yet. So it just speaks in the volumes and the confidence that they have in Ryan Ward on the mound. As we'll continue to keep an eye out on it. Josh Cowden at second, Bo Willis at first, Jag Burden up in the count, 1 ball and no strikes with 1 out as he fouls one off there at the plate, 1-1.
And swing bunt from Burden there. Evens the count up, 1-1. And would have maybe moved the runners over. Wouldn't have been a play anywhere else, but looking to do more than just move the runners over here with one down.
And quite frankly, that bunt would not be a bad idea. You drop the bunt, try to get runners into scoring position, try to come up with a dagger to make it even harder to come back into the ball game for the Blues. One run, it's already a chore, and it's been proven to be a tough chore for them to score that one game-tying run. Now you add 2, 3 on the board. That's even tougher.
I understand the logic, but I'm a guy who likes to just swing away.
As the 1-2 pitch, Burden does swing away and unfortunately going down on strikes.
And it doesn't sound as good when they do go down on strikes to just swing away, but you needed a hit already in the at-bat. If you get a hit with Jag Burden, you probably score Cowden. And I understand that if you bunt him over and then Boning gets the hit, and now you got 2 runners coming around, but you need the hit regardless. Why not have the other guy go up there and try to get the RBI himself too?
So 2 gone. Here is Brandon Boning with a pair of base runners on. Has an opportunity to try to collect some more insurance runs for Dom Dorado. Going into the ball game today, Boning is 1 for 3 with a single, an RBI, sac fly, and a K, hitting .333 against San Luis Obispo. It's Ward who decides to check up on Cowden over at second. Got a 1-out single after the Peyton Lewis K. Then a sharply hit ground ball by Bo Willis to make runners on first and second. And a good hack there by Brandon Boning.
And Boning already had a shot to left field earlier in this ball game. Was the first hit today for the Saints. The double to left in the 3rd inning. And Saints right now find themselves in a very powerful spot with runner at second and first and Boning up to the plate and the top of the order behind them.
1-1, another healthy hack there by Boning, quickly to count 0-2. And coming into this game, Boning had a very young hitting streak, a total of 3 games. And with the extra base hit that he got in his first at-bat, he is now in a 4-game hitting streak. That hitting streak started at Santa Barbara back in July 9th, went 2 for 4 with a single RBI double and went down on strikes ever since then. And here's a bouncer. This could be a tough play. Mercado with the pump fake, and the bases will be loaded.
And Boning showing off his speed that we can see all the time on the defensive side, this time on the offensive side, able to leg out the infield single, a chopper just over the bump that Ward's unable to deal with. And Mercado, rather than force a throw and maybe give up a throwing error on a risk-reward type decision, keeps it, and the bases will be loaded for Cobb.
So here in the top of the 8th inning, every base occupied by Saints. Jackson Cobb, aggressive approach at the plate, 0-1. And like Tommy mentioned, to keep an eye out on the pen, just like that, there is a guy warming up in the San Luis Obispo bullpen. Pitch in the dirt. Here comes Cowden to come in to score. Comes in sliding, and he's safe at the plate.
And what a play by Josh Cowden. And Armstrong not flipping the ball over to Ward, unable to get back to home plate fast enough. And Cowden just kept running, no hesitation, able to make a great slide and gets around the tag.
That was a very close play there at the plate. I didn't know how it was going to go down. Such heads up, such aggressive base running there by Josh Cowden. That is a huge insurance run. We talked about it early on in the inning. Instead of having it to a 1-run lead, it is now a 2-run lead. Big time run for sure. And just like that, because of that wild pitch, he also had the trailing runners follow him. And there's still an opportunity for some more runs to come in to score.
And just heads-up ball play right there by Josh Cowden.
There's another bouncer. Armstrong making sure to keep that one in front of him.
And Armstrong, not sure if he was not confident in Ward to get there or if he wasn't close enough for there, but usually a play that if he just flips that over, he can get Cowden pretty easily, but Cowden keep running aggressively and able to get around the tag.
And that's definitely a play that, as an umpire, if you do see that, you see the flip going over to the pitcher that's covering there the plate, the call is more likely to go in your favor as opposed to the catcher trying to come in and dive to come in and apply the tag. It's much easier to rule that call in favor of the base runner. So, bit of a mental error there by Armstrong as he comes back with 4 straight pitches there in the dirt to reload up the bases. And guess what? We're back to the top of the order with Connor Bradshaw.
And this is prime position for the Saints now. Able to work a walk there, a huge at-bat that's not going to look the greatest in the stat box, but is amazing in game management position by Jackson Cobb there. And now to get back to the top of the order, you got your best hitter in Connor Bradshaw coming to the plate. It looks like he's going to come in to face a lefty if we're looking at the bullpen right now. But regardless, if you're Coach Aaron Milam, you're very excited and confident in this AB now for Bradshaw.
And that's all she wrote for Ryan Ward as the home crowd welcomes him with an applause. And there will be a southpaw coming on to the bump. We'll go ahead and step aside here from Sinsheimer Park as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Bring you back to the action here in the top of the 8th inning. The Blues still not out of the woods just yet as they turn to Jared Hart. Will inherit the bases loaded with 2 gone. Will face off against a tough Connor Bradshaw at the plate.
And Bradshaw swinging aggressive at the first pitch he saw near the zone. Hart does not want to walk in a run, obviously, so Bradshaw needs to stay aggressive at the plate.
So here's the stat line across the board for Ryan Ward, going 2 2/3 innings of work with 3 Ks, 1 walk, 3 base hits with 2 runs coming in to score, 1 of those runs being an earned run. And as for the new arm, Jared Hart, he's coming in on 8 appearances, 11 1/3 innings of work, 12 hits on 8 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks and 18 strikeouts with a 6.35 ERA. Definitely looking to lower down that ERA, but coming in a pretty stressful situation already.
And absolutely, the runs won't count towards him, the ones that are on base, but Bradshaw will be his first responsibility, and right now it's his only responsibility.
Connor Bradshaw already with an RBI single in his second turn with the stick, and with the hitter's count here, the 2-1, and Bradshaw with a big swing there. Got to shorten up with it now with 2 strikes.
And that might have been the pitch to work with there, Alex. That one had to look like the size of a coconut coming at him right there. Bradshaw just able to foul it off. Hit it hard the other way, but really kicking himself, maybe wanting that one back.
And sometimes that will be the best pitch that you get in the at-bat, as it's a 2-2 pitch. Here comes a runner in to score very smoothly and easily. That's Bo Willis.
And the Saints getting bailed out now by 2 wild pitches with bases loaded. And first with Jackson Cobb at the plate and Josh Cowden coming in to score. And now with Bradshaw at the plate and Willis coming around on the wild pitch. And now the situation becomes a little less stressful for Bradshaw, but still in an opportunity to really put it on the Blues this inning.
Don't have to say it. That's exactly what I was going to say. The stress load isn't as much as the 3-2 pitch, fastball high and away, and that'll reload up the bases.
And on top of it, bringing in the southpaw to face Bradshaw seemed like a good idea, but now you have the righty bat, Jake McMurray, stepping up with runners loaded all over the bases.
A good guy to have at a big stage like this, and Connor Bradshaw has reached 3 out of the 5 plate appearances on a walk, RBI single, and now with another walk. Talk about the on-base percentage going up for Connor Bradshaw. Already coming in to this ball game with an on-base percentage of .573. So that number is definitely going to be climbing up. Not going to be surprised if he is almost around 600 on that on-base percentage. Now the count evened up to Jake McMurray. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Blues really just looking for an out. Already 5-2 now in favor of the Saints. They are trying to break this game wide open. There's a pitch in the dirt. No need to check McMurray's swing.
And now after getting a couple of those insurance runs across, McMurray can really be disciplined at the plate. A walk here, just as good as a hit almost. You get a free RBI for it, and you would continue to add on and make this a 4-run ball game.
Definitely going to be comfortable with this lead. As the pitch, there's another one that's in the dirt, really making Armstrong work overtime behind the plate. Already has had 2 wild pitches that got by him. First one here in this inning was by Josh Cowden. That was a baseball that did not get very far from Mark Armstrong. Cowden just got a very aggressive secondary lead, came in charging home. As pitch, did he check his swing? And he does go around. Full count.
And McMurray wanting to hold up on that one, but having the full green light on a 3-1 with the bases loaded already in the 8th inning to really open up this ball game. Now he's got to be defensive up there, and we've been talking about it. Tends to avoid the strikeout bug, but the full count, 2 outs in a big moment here in San Luis Obispo.
3-2, runners are taking off, and here's a fly ball going over to left. It is playable, and it's Mason Grotto that comes up with the final out. But 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left on base. breaking this game open for some insurance runs for the Saints as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. So 2 runs able to come in to score. 5-2 in favor of the Saints as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Alex Naveja alongside of me is Tommy Wartz. And last 6 outs remaining for the San Luis Obispo Blues. Samuelson, Clarkson, and Costello coming up. And there's a line drive going over to left. First pitch to open up the inning.
And nice to add those 2 insurance runs on in the 8th for the Saints, but this game not over at all. Samuelson starting it off here in the bottom of the 8th, trying to chip away here, and first pitch swinging, first pitch single to left field.
And that single, despite it happening, it's not going to be as stressful. Now you're not thinking the game-tying run is now on. So now you just got to focus on looking for the outs here. TJ Clarkson now stepping up to the plate, and there's a pitch that doesn't miss by a whole bunch, 1-0.
Clarkson currently sits at 0 for 2 today. Walked his first time up and has caught the strikeout bug and flew out to center field his last time up.
As there's a blast, but it's going to be a long strike, 1-1. Tomorrow, the Saints will have the day off, but it'll be the conclusion of the 2-game series against the San Luis Obispo Blues. That'll be a matinee game. That'll be a 1 p.m. first pitch time. Back to action here in Sinsheimer Park. As the 1-1 pitch misses down low, 2-1 the count. And it'll be Bo Willis that will go ahead and have a word with his pitcher Dorado. But we talked about how crucial a win to this series is, a sweep for the Saints. For crying out loud, the second place teams, the Foresters, beating San Luis Obispo yesterday. Now both teams, Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, just a game and a half behind the Saints. And with this win, this would gain some leverage, give them some breathing room to be able to be there in first.
Yeah, absolutely right now, Alex. And, you know, don't even count out the other 2, Conejo Oaks and the Orange County Riptide. just with all 5 of those teams separated by under 4 games right now, it's been a very competitive CCL South, and it's going to continue to be a very competitive South for the rest of the summer.
Definitely can't sleep on the whole entire South Division, as the Academy Barons, that's a team that can compile some serious runs. They had the Saints numbers to start up the year. When the Saints made their first trip over to the Urban Youth Academy, the game went in favor of the Barons. As the 3-1 pitch goes into the dirt, and a pair of runners will be on. And the game-tying run stepping up to the plate.
And again, now here, if you're Dorado, got to work for something. If you can't find the zone, find a pitch that maybe you can get some weak contact. Ground ball here would be ideal. And pitching coach Josh Schmidt's going to have to come out and have a word with Dorado.
Trying to restore some sort of order to Dom Dorado after some great 2 innings of work here for Dom Dorado so far. Dorado, with 2 scoreless innings, has really held on to, at the time, the tie ball game. Then being able to now come in as the winning pitcher in the ball game. With that first inning of work, was able to get a 1-2-3 inning to put away Costello, Burton, and Armstrong. Ran into a 2-out single in the bottom of the 7th inning. Was able to put away Mercado and Kretschmar. But then it was Mason Grotto who came in with the infield single. But Vince Martinez was unable to make anything happen in that inning, despite Grotto able to advance to third on the throwing error by Bo Willis. And Martinez blows an opportunity to tie up the ball game. And now here in the bottom of the 8th inning, looking to try to tie it up with the game-tying run at the plate. Tate Samuelson leading the inning off with a liner to left. TJ Clarkson able to get on with a 3-1 count. There is an arm warming up for the Saints. That one's going to be fouled back, evening up the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. On deck, we'll have a Grant Burton, who is currently 0 for 3.
And Costello's day will be done, and it's Trinka's first at-bat in the ball game today, coming in a crucial spot. Bottom 8, nobody out, 2 runners on, representing the tying run at the plate.
As the 1-1 gets some swinging at a pitch inside, 1-2.
A meaty hack there by Trinka. He was trying to notch this ball game right up there. Dorado able to fool him, got him out ahead of that one. And let's see what he goes back to for the 1-2.
The 1-2 pitch, able to protect the plate there on a long foul ball. We'll do it again, 1-2. So Thomas Trinka from George Mason University, originally from Centreville, Virginia. Weighing in at 195 pounds, 6'1" frame there in the batter's box. There's the 1-2. And here's a bouncer going over to short. Boning, the toss to second. A little hesitant onto the throw, and he beats it out.
And just a little trouble getting it out of the glove from Cobb. He's standing at second, not happy with himself there. Able to get one of the runners going to 2 there, and still keeps the double play alive. Runners will be at the corners now with only 1 down. And Grant Burton, who's currently 0 for 3 today, has a chance to open this ball game up for the Blues.
So Grant Burton stepping up to the plate. Continues to represent the game-tying run there at the plate. And most importantly, they were able to get an out. And at this point, the scarcity for outs continues to be high. Now down to their final 5 outs that they will be working with here.
And we've seen Dorado in these pressure situations. I mentioned that relief appearance in Orange County.
And here's another chopper going over to short. Boney will get another shot, loses his footing, and it'll be another fielder's choice for another base runner. But coming in to score is Tate Samuelson. Make it 5-3.
And honestly, right now, you're pretty happy with that result, with how you saw that unfolding. Boning making a tough play over there. And then seeing over there that he loses his footing, it could have been really bad over there. Still able to fire an accurate throw over to Cobb, and you're trading outs for runs. Like you said, now just 4 left to work with for the Blues.
And another thing that does pop into your mind is, hey, is Brandon Boning okay? I mean, that's always a thing that pops into your mind. Hey, hopefully it didn't result in an injury or anything, but it looks like he's okay, hanging out around second. A little frustrated with himself. He knew that he could have came up with a better toss over to second had he just been able to maintain his footing, but still able to get an out, just taking it one at-bat at a time as Mark Armstrong patiently waiting outside of the batter's box. It looks like the Blues are talking about something as well right now.
And Coach Aaron Milam is not happy with whatever they just ruled. He wanted someone to be ruled out right now, and he started the conversation with the home plate umpire. Now he wants to see what the first base ump had to say, because he's pretty convinced that he had a call there that should have gotten them out of the inning. Definitely going to let him hear it, getting them all in for a huddle on something. Not sure what he's arguing over there. If there was something they want to rule, if maybe a runner missed a base or something, but they got the out at second, and there was only runners at the corners. I'm not sure what he's arguing.
Maybe the only thing, a late slide, but even then, didn't look very late there by the runner at first. That was Trinka. That was the base runner over at first. Very interesting. It would be nice if we can just be flies on the wall to be able to listen in, chime into the talk with Coach Milam and the umpire crew just to see what they're talking about. But the one thing that you're going to wonder is, does this pause into the game help Dorado, or is this going to affect Dorado? Will it affect him for the better, or will it be a downfall for Dorado?
He's going to get some practice pitching in here while they discuss whatever is going on. And just some very light leisure throws to keep the arm warm. It's getting a little bit chilly out there in California standards. Temperatures in about the 50s right now here, 10:03 Pacific Standard Time. And Aaron Milam still giving them a mouthful.
To give you guys the exact forecast here in San Luis Obispo, it is 59 degrees. Folks, the home field for the Saints is in Pasadena, California. The weather there is 70s. This is a different type of climate here for the Saints, and it looks like Coach Milam is done arguing his case. We're not 100% sure what he was arguing there, but still, back to action. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Blues trying to take advantage of every at-bat, every opportunity. They were able to get a run back here in the bottom half of the 8th. Now breaking it down to a 2-run lead here for the Saints. And the whole play umpire not quite ready to go behind the plate just yet. He looks like he is slowly making his way through. Now finally telling, hey, Mark, it's time for you to take the batter's box. Things are getting very interesting here in Sinsheimer Park. Once again, Alex Naveja alongside of me is Tommy Wartz. This ball game getting interesting at every given moment here.
And after a little brief hiatus of play, We'll come back with Armstrong.
As he bloops one over to short. Very easily played there by Brandon Boning. Redeems himself after losing his footing. Still able to get some outs here in this inning. And talk about big outs. And talk about the rebound by Dom Dorado. So 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 5-3. The Saints hanging on to a 2-run lead as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Blues able to capitalize on getting a run back as we go to the top of the 9th inning. As Drew Cowley will lead things off, facing off against Jared Hart. Starts him off with the first pitch called strike 0-1. And a nice breaking ball there by Jared Hart. Has some late movements in the final moments.
Cowley currently sitting 1 for 3 today. Had the big double, RBI double, earlier in the ballgame. And has reached via the walk as well. But 2 flyouts to center and right field round out his day.
Would definitely love to finish up at least trying to reach on for his 3rd time there at the plate. As the 0-2 pitch waved at and missed and goes down on strikes, something we don't get to see very often.
Yeah, Cowley swinging away there, trying to make some magic happen here in the 9th, and you know that if you are head coach Aaron Milam and the Saints, 2 runs, very approachable. You'd like to get a couple more runs to help your case heading into the bottom of the 9th.
When it's 1 gone, Peyton Lewis attacking the first one, the count 0-1. And with that strikeout by Drew Cowley, that is strikeout number 12 on the year. Still a low for the Saints. And we're seeing a different Jared Hart now on the bump, really lighting up the strike zone. Quick 0-2 counts to both Cowley and Lewis. 0-2. Lewis able to resist on that one.
And the breaking ball by Hart right now is really working to start this inning at least. And we'll see if he goes back to it here with Lewis. Couldn't get him to chase that last one. If he has one that's a little bit closer to the zone, maybe he'll get Lewis on this one.
Kicks and fires the 1-2. Lewis going after it and going down on strikes.
And stays away from the breaking ball. Lewis might have been looking for it. Fastball ends up coming in on the inside corner. And it comes down hard. He was not able to catch up to it.
So 2 gone, and here is the 5-hitter, Josh Cowden. Cowden with a bit of a jam shot there, but ended up hitting that baseball off of his leg.
And not something you like to see. The milkman going down. Hopefully it's something he can just brush off. But those do not feel good when got a guy throwing in the 80, 90 mile an hour range and you hit it 80 miles an hour off your leg after a bounce. It's definitely going to sting a little bit, and we are going to get a little bit of a visit from the trainer.
I'm hoping the trainer has the emergency milk for the milkman, as we have heard Jake McMurray mention in the player interview. Josh Cowden, he loves his milk.
Yeah, it keeps the bones strong, so hopefully those just bounce right off of him.
Maybe he just needs the milk to be able to, hey, let's get you through this at-bat. The milk is going to get you through it.
And looks like she's just going over some easy exercises and going to see if he's able to finish out the AB, and I think he's ready to go. He's going to brush her off. And it was going to take a lot more than that to get Josh Cowden out of the ballgame.
Couldn't agree more. Josh Cowden, he is a warrior there in the batter's box. Back to action. No balls, 1 strike, 2 gone as he goes after the 0-1. And we've got ourselves 3 straight 0-2 counts. And in the bottom of the 9th inning, we'll have the 9, 1, and 2 slots. Mark Armstrong, Ruben Mercado, and Austin Kretschmar. That'll be due up. Oh, 2. Cowden able to stay alive.
Defensive swing from Cowden. Pitch that probably was a ball, but able to make contact with it. He'll live to see another pitch.
We'll try it again. The 0-2 pitch, breaking ball. That swerve from upstairs.
Yeah, that one looks like it finished just low in the zone. Looked like it was going to hit Cowden. It came all the way back to cross over the plate, just below the knee level.
1 ball and 2 strikes. That one skipped in the dirt. And Josh Cowden putting up more of an at-bat than Drew Cowley and Peyton Lewis. They put him away rather quickly in their at-bats.
And the slider's been working for Hart, but we saw him go back to the fastball for the strikeout pitch against Lewis.
And able to stay alive once again, 2-2. And once again, as a friendly reminder, tomorrow the Saints will have the day off, but they'll come back here to Sinsheimer Park to play Game 2 in the series. As Cowden swings and misses, but will get on via the strikeout since there was no throwdown over to first.
And now that makes things a little bit interesting. Hart, you think you have a great AB against Cowden. You do get the strikeout in the stat book, but drop third strike. It's going to be Bo Willis coming up now with a runner on.
Technically speaking, Hart does strike out the side, and he does have an opportunity to strike out 4 batters in an inning. As the first pitch, it's Willis able to foul it back. 0-1 the count. And looking at Bo Willis, just lingering around the low 200s in his batting average, 215 going into this ball game today. On 11 base hits on 51 at-bats.
And there's that slider that's just been cooking right now for Hart in the 9th inning. Started all the way in the lefty batter's box and ends up hitting the edge of the plate, and quickly now down 0-2.
Uses that backdoor slider very nicely as the 0-2 pitch gets him down swinging. And it's Jared Hart striking out the side and getting 4 strikeouts in the inning as we go to the bottom of the 9th. Mark Armstrong, Ruben Mercado, and Austin Kretschmar due up for the Blues as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. San Luis Obispo Blues coming down to their final 3 outs. The Saints will turn to Trevor Niskern to come in and get the final 3 outs, and this is going to be a save opportunity for Niskern.
Not the opportunity we usually see Niskern come into, but it'll be his job to take on the 1-2-3 hitters in a very tight ball game.
And a great spot there to start off. Ruben Mercado in there for a called strike. Quickly 0-1. Niskern coming in with 6 appearances on 7 innings of work, 12 hits, 12 runs scored, 10 of them earned, 8 walks, 10 Ks, and has a losing record of 0-1. He also is coming in with an ERA of 12.85.
And not something you like to hear from your closer position, but he's coming into an opportunity that he hasn't seen, and let's see if the adrenaline rush maybe can motivate him to put on a really stellar performance.
As Mercado hits a pop-out over to second. 1 gone.
And a good first out there from Niskern. Finds the zone. He's had some command issues a couple times this year, has hit quite a few batters, but first 2 pitches were in the strike zone there, then able to get Mercado to get a lazy fly ball over to Cobb, and he's a third of the way done with his job.
Looking for the last 2 outs of the ball game. Austin Kretschmar will be coming up to the plate. Last relief appearance there for Niskern came against the San Diego Waves, the non-conference opponent, on a Sunday. It was on July 11th. Came in 2 innings of work, 3 base hits, 1 earned run, no base on balls, and 3 strikeouts. The best relief appearance for Niskern came on July 2nd against Orange County Riptide. As here's a pop-up close to the neighborhood at first, and Jake McMurray able to get out number 2.
And how about Niskern right now? Has been all over the zone, and 2 lazy fly balls that were jammed up on Mercado and Kretschmar. And Jackson Cobb getting the first one, and Jake McMurray grabbing the second out. And now it's going to be Mason Grotto to face Trevor Niskern with 2 down here in the 9th.
Trevor Niskern just 1 out away to record his first save as an Arroyo Seco Saint. And this will be the 3rd save on the year that the Saints will be looking for. Strike 1.
And I love this approach from Niskern right now. He's yet to throw a ball even right now, Alex, and it's very unprecedented from him. We've seen him struggle with finding the zone earlier in the year, but really motivated, it looks like, here in an opportunity to close out this ball game.
I think he's trying to slam the door here, and that's going to be a foul ball. Final strike now for Grotto.
Hits the knob of the bat, and it'll be ruled a foul ball, and now home plate umpire is going over to talk to someone looking for some balls. We got the bat girl over there helping him out. And Niskern's going to be faced with an 0-2 count.
Able to put Mercado and Kretschmar away on back-to-back pop-outs. Niskern kicks, fires the 0-2. Blocked nicely there by Willis. The Blues, 3 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, and 9 runners left on base. The Saints, 5 runners, 8 hits, 1 error, and 10 runners left on base. 1-2, gets him to chase, and you can put a W on the board there for the Arroyo Seco Saints. They take game 1 of the 2-game series against the San Luis Obispo Blues, and they put them away 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. A big confidence booster there for Trevor Niskern at striking out one of the best hitters in the SoCal division here tonight here in Sinsheimer Park. What a ball game that it was here, Tommy. It was a very close 2-2 ball game for the most part. The first 2 runs came in to score for the Blues. It was looking like a very promising start for San Luis Obispo. They stayed to a 2-0 lead up until the top of the 3rd inning, where they were beginning to get to the starter, Matt Sox, who went 3 innings, 5 Ks, 1 walk, 4 hits, and 2 earned runs. His counterpart, Tommy Steyer, with 3 innings, 3 Ks, 2 walks, 4 base hits, and 2 earned runs. And it would stay 2-2 up until the go-ahead run would come in to score in the 6th, and it was done by errors for San Luis Obispo. Then to come up with the dagger, the Saints were able to put a 2 spot in the top of the 8th inning. Tommy, final thoughts on the ball game today?
Has to be the relief pitching, I think, coming out of the Saints again. We talked about it earlier in the broadcast. The Blues, every time they come out to play here at Sinsheimer Park, they tend to come out aggressive on the starters. Tristan Garnett, we saw, got roughed up a little bit early in a loss the last time they came out here on July 3rd. And Tommy Steyer gave up 2 runs off the rip to the San Luis Obispo Blues, but really coming in and commanding the zone in his other 2 innings of work. But the performance from Chomko, Dorado, and Niskern to close it out here, just the 1 run in their 6 innings of work, and the Saints pitching continues to dominate this season and only lowering that team ERA that was already sub-4 coming into today, and just giving up the 3 runs. It's very promising when you know your pitching is doing this well late in the season.
You mentioned it that the bullpen was going to be a big key for the Saints, and especially moving forward as the schedule just continues to tighten up, especially that final week of July. It is going to be a full week of action. Of course, excluding Mondays, it's going to be Sunday, day off Monday, and the remainder of the week going to be full action. But your Arroyo Seco Saints coming up with the victory here. The bullpen able to hold off on the San Luis Obispo Blues offense is just a 3-run ball game. The Sticks came alive in two spots in the top of the third and in the top of the eighth inning to seal the deal 5-3. That's all the time we have left here in Sinsheimer Park. We thank you all so much for tuning into this one. Make sure to hit the like button. Also, hit the subscribe button down below so you guys can make sure to stay alert on all of our broadcasts that are coming in. We will definitely have the coverage for you guys on Sunday as the Saints will have the day off. They'll be back here in Sinsheimer Park to finish up the 2-game set, and they'll be looking for the sweep. That is a 1 o'clock first pitch time. That is a matinee game, afternoon baseball here in San Luis Obispo. I am Alex Naveja, and alongside of me tonight was Tommy Warts. So long from San Luis Obispo. Thank you so much for tuning into this one. Have a good night, everybody, and we'll see you guys on a Sunday.
Thank you, Alex. Good night, Mom.